So, welcome everyone officially to the session, Sunday session. Thanks for joining us. So, just a quick 5-10 minutes maybe on. Did you watch The Shift?
Started it, yeah.
You watched, say, half of it or so?
No, it wasn't that much because I got into bed and started watching it, and then I lasted about 25 minutes. Yeah.
Fell asleep. Okay. So yeah, finished watching it. It's there's some really nice ideas, wisdom coming through, because Wayne Dyer had quite an interesting journey. He started off very much in the mind and personal growth. He wrote a book called Your Erroneous Zone. Sold some ridiculous number of copies, like 80 million copies or something. It was a crazy bestseller. Really about the mind and managing your erroneous zones, but it was more mind and personality based. I actually read it back in the 80s, if I recall, and it was good, but it was it wasn't overtly spiritual. It was more like mind, and you're gonna become a better ego basically. And then he over the will have a better false self. But nothing's wasted, because it's all part of a journey, isn't it? I mean, if you start any kind of improvement, in the end it leads to spirit. So but he, in the movie, you'll see later, he even admits, he says, I was doing well. I was like one of the best-selling authors in personal growth, and my agent's saying to me, no, Wayne, you're gonna write a book on sex. Dr. Ruth does sex, but you're gonna do sex even better. Wayne Dyer does sex, and you got a triple, and he's got this all. And it's like, he said, I don't want to write those books anymore. He said, I'm just like feeling like I want to go deeper. I want to write more like spiritual stuff. He got into Muktananda and a lot of the Eastern teachings. And so there's a real like transformation that happened for him in his last, say, 20, 30 years of life, which then comes through beautifully in the movie. It's like this deep kind of surrendered wisdom coming from a lot of these Eastern traditions, and then he just puts it across really well because he's a very good speaker. And then they do it really well, because there's other characters who show up in the movie who play out what he's saying over the weekend. They said it's a weekend in this place called the Silamo, which was like a resort in California, as you saw. And so there's a couple, there's two couples actually, a couple with a family and a couple who single, and like how the dynamics play out. So it's actually a really, really well made movie. Illustrates the principles, and really the whole point is, in the afternoon of your life, the later part of your life, what serves you in the morning won't serve you. Like there's a shift that takes place from ambition to meaning. And that was actually the original title of the movie, Ambition to Meaning, but they changed it to The Shift, so it was obviously more popular. But it's about the shift from what your values in the start of your life until you 30 something usually, are very different from the values once you've had a shift, a spiritual kind of awakening really into something else. And he goes into it in quite a lot of detail in the movie down the line. So it's really it's good, because it's like practical wisdom for a lot of people. It's like it's accessible, it's practical. He's touching on non-duality without going fully into it, but talking about a shift, a transformation. He talks about his own life and the shifts he had, and it's basically him teaching, but the movie's in the vehicle for his teaching, which is and it's a nice story set in a good location. So definitely worth watching the whole thing.
Okay, will do.
And we can chat about it in the week maybe. Sue and John, any comments on it? I know you watched it a while ago, so you probably haven't watched it again.
Yeah, we've watched it a couple of times before, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's something you can watch, several times, because there's a the messages are timeless. What he's saying there is based on truth, and he even quotes from A Course in Miracles towards the end. So watch out for that one. About 10 minutes from the end, he sticks in a Course quote, because he got into the Course towards the end of his life, as a lot of these teachers do. Because if you're seeking for the highest wisdom, then it's going to lead you to A Course in Miracles almost inevitably. Okay, so we will once Iona's watched it, we can have a discussion on that. Let's go into the lesson, shall we? So, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so actually let's have a look. Let's have a look at today's quote. I think might be a good idea. So he who has a why to live can bear almost any how. Friedrich Nietzsche said that, which was one of Viktor Frankl's favorite quotes. And Viktor Frankl was the concentration camp survivor who came out of that and wrote a book called Man's Search for Meaning, which I'd highly recommend reading if you haven't read it yet. It's great. It's a great read. And he that on the back of that book, he created this school of psychology called logotherapy. Postulates that the search for meaning in life is the most important motivational force for human beings, as opposed to, say, the desire for pleasure. That was Freud's theory. Another Austrian, well, what is it about Austria? They seem to produce a hell of a lot of these psychologists. That's crazy. Freud, Adler, Viktor Frankl. I mean, it's the third Viennese school of psychology. So all created in Austria. And Friedrich Nietzsche was also Austrian. So like, what is it about Austria that all these guys study psychology? Very interesting. Anyway, that's by the by. So his whole thing was, to create a transcendent meaning out of the experience, which he managed to do by saying, I'm going to survive this, and I'm going to write a book about this, and this book is going to help many people to manage difficulty in their life, which is exactly what he did. He wrote the book the year after the war ended, published it in 1946, and subsequent to that, about 16 million copies have been sold, and it's become a bestseller, one of the better known sort of motivational, inspirational books of the last century, I would say. So that's what kept him going. He had a higher purpose. So he saw that his suffering would lead to this life of service to others, and he had to survive it. And he said that the men who didn't, they would come in fit and strong and healthy, and within months they'd die because they just didn't have any reason to live. It was so hellish. They couldn't find a transcendent meaning in any of it. That he said very quickly he saw them fade away and die. Much more quickly than you would think physically, because they were quite healthy. You'd think, okay, well, it's going to take them, years to degrade physically, within months. So it was actually mental, emotional, that dropped them. So the principle of it is find your biggest trauma or pain point, like what's been the hardest thing for you in your life to deal with, and look at that and say, how can I transform this into an experience designed to teach me and allow me to teach others how to transcend this difficulty, this suffering, whatever it is. And that's how your higher purpose comes from, like a phoenix rising from the ashes of your difficulty, your challenge, your dysfunction, whatever it is. So as an example, Alcoholics Anonymous was born from the experiences of two guys who basically helped each other. They helped each other to overcome alcoholism. So this guy, Bill Wilson, was a stockbroker on Wall Street, and he just lost the proxy fight. And he was sober, but he was only a few months sober. And he was at a hotel or something, and he was so tempted to go into the bar and have a drink. And he said, no, he said, don't go there. You need to find an alcoholic to help right now, because otherwise you're going to go and get a drink. So he gave himself another purpose in that moment of helping someone else. So he went to the local hospital and he said to them, is there an alcoholic here who's been drying up? They said, yeah, we've always got one or two. And they took him to the guy's bedside. And this guy was Bob Smith, who was a surgeon, apparently. These guys were, quite highly qualified professionals, but and at that stage, no one really had a solution for alcohol addiction. It was like, okay, you just, you went in, you dried out. No one really understood it. And so then Bill Wilson he said, I'm here, my name's Bill, and I'm an alcoholic, and I have to do this because I was about to go and have a drink and, fall off the wagon, and I needed to find you. And so the guy just listened to him in this sort of half comatose state. And he, as a result of that little holy encounter, this Alcoholics Anonymous was born, because they realized that this was the way. It wasn't just, yes, you did it for yourself. You needed to help others to do it in order to stay sober yourself. That was kind of the whole methodology. So that's why they won't get anyone who hasn't been an alcoholic to counsel, because they're like, well, you need to have been there yourself to really understand this. And then as part of your practice of staying sober, you need to teach others. So you teach what you need to learn. And then they based it on 12 principles, which are quite spiritual. The big book, it's called. And so it was really, amazing. Like just from that guy's intention to help someone else. Look at what got born out of his dysfunction and out of his desire to, yes, help himself, but also help others. So that's a good example of exactly these principles of service to others, the holy relationship, the power of that. From that holy relationship between those two men was born a movement that's helped, millions and millions of people to clean up and find happiness and start living sober, happier lives. And interesting, in the research, I don't know if you remember, I quoted the Grant study, which is a study done in Harvard, of about 270 odd graduates in the 1940s who graduated in 1944, and then they tracked them for their lifetimes afterwards. And they found, the thing that was really predictive of happiness and then, health and longevity was good relationships, warm, loving relationships. That more than anything else. It didn't matter career success, money, these things weren't really relevant. It was good relationships. So the guy says, in the end, happiness is love, full stop. That was the conclusion after 80 years of study. Happiness is love. And they found that the dysfunction, one of the primary dysfunctions that caused unhappiness was alcohol abuse in relationships and in family. So alcohol and other substances as well. So because it's just a substitute, isn't it? It's like you don't have the connection to your true self, so you need something else to change your state. And it becomes a false idol, major false idol, that then actually blocks the awareness of love's presence, and it just can't flow through you, and happiness is nowhere. So that's the hero's journey. If you really ask yourself, so what is my major pain point, my major trauma? How can I take that trauma and transform it into my purpose? Then you have your life purpose, and the way out of your own dysfunction as well. Because as you teach healing, you must learn it. Mm-hmm. Now it sounds like that's very much what you did, Kenneth.
Take your own trauma, and put it back into the healing of others. Kenneth, it's really great being with Kenneth, because he's so free when he talks to people about his own experience. Sorry, I sound like he has no voice tonight. We just in a quiet place.
No, it's nice.
Yeah. Yeah. But definitely, you're so free when you say, "Look, I've done everything wrong." Done everything wrong. I don't judge because I've made, such a mess of so much. How you talk.
Yeah, that's the point. You see, I think that the reason why that works, and they say, well, only alcoholics can help alcoholics, is otherwise, how can you understand?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, okay, I've been there. I know the whole thing because I've been there, I've been through it, and I've also made a mess. But it's not too late. It's never too late to change. Because love, God, pure formless awareness doesn't judge you. It's never too late just to change your mind and say, okay, well, I'm gonna do it differently. I'm gonna think differently. I'm gonna feel differently, and then my life changes if I'm willing to do that. Which is really what this is all about. It's an inner transformation. And it's so simple, really. It's just a change of mind. It's a change of mind. It's a change of heart. And change your perception. Very, very simple in concept, but to actually do it, that turnaround is major in people's lives. It's not easy for people to do it. Often they have to, as you say, you have to hit the rock bottom and then go, okay, now it's like change or death, basically. Often change or like just go down into death. That's often when people change. Fortunately, the course is giving us another way. You don't have to be at rock bottom. You can go, okay, well, I'll just systematically, progressively transform my mind and my life through doing this mind training. And it doesn't have to be overtly painful. He says, it doesn't have to be painful. You can learn happy lessons. You can learn joyful lessons. You can learn through joy as well as pain. And that's what he's trying to encourage us to do. I mean, there's always going to be a degree of pain that gets you on a spiritual path. Otherwise, why would you change what you're doing? But you don't have to hit rock bottom to go, okay, well, yeah, I'm actually okay. I'm not, desperate, but I can start working with this stuff and learning it and steadily, letting go of the ego and upgrading my mind into greater and greater states of love, peace, and joy. And then I learn by reward, because it becomes, oh wow, I'm feeling just so much more happy, so much more inspired. Why wouldn't I want to do more of this? Okay.
So, yeah. Jono, Vanessa missed the email. And I know. She's sending apologies, and she said tonight Gary has had a pint to drink already, so she has to get herself ready for tomorrow.
No, that's not going to happen.
No, it's not tonight. So tomorrow is 1:30, and it's tomorrow night as well, 7:30. Yep.
No. There's no session tomorrow night. Just tomorrow afternoon.
Yep, and it's Tuesday.
Or Tuesday evening. Yeah.
Okay.
Tuesday afternoon or evening. They can most welcome to join. So
yeah.
Just give her the Rashida. Okay, interesting. I'm expecting a Rashida. Let's have a look, see who Rashida is. I do put it out and I invite her because this is an open session. Let's see. It's Lucy. That's
great.
I was going, who's Rashida?
Rashida.
You changed your name.
Oh, my Rashida on here. I've been on my Sufi call.
Yes. Is this your Sufi name?
This is my Sufi name.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm like, who is Rashida?
Who's Rashida?
Welcome, Lucy.
Thank you.
Yeah. How are you? We've just finished our check-in. Do you want to do a little check-in or?
Yeah, last day of our holiday in St. Ives. So we're off again, off to my parents actually tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I enjoyed the piece with Viktor Frankl, and what was written about using your kind of your ouch in a way as your purpose. How.
Yeah, we were just discussing that.
I just found that really useful. And I'm with my niece, who I thought might join me today, but she needs to rest quite a lot. And we were talking about that, and she said, oh yeah, but it's different for me. And I thought, okay, just need to.
I'm special. My case is different.
It's different, exactly. And I've had good practice actually today, just being in the letting go, forgiving place, because of all the bits that Chris accumulated around the caravan. Apparently we're being evicted from the site.
Really? Oh wow.
And so that came as a real shock to me.
Okay.
And I kind of went into blame, like, oh my God, you gathered so much stuff, you didn't listen to me, da da da. And he's just like, well, what are you going to do about it? You do something about it then. So I've had my naff attack this morning. I was like, fucking hell, just feeling really victimized and sort of like disempowered. And then, I don't know, I just feel, you know, who would I be if I didn't have that thought? I would be, okay, well, I would just do what I do. I'll do the best that I can, and let's see where we go from here. But it isn't about sitting back, that's for sure. It's about action.
Taking guided action.
Taking guided action. Yeah.
Lucy, as the big green tank is being removed into Ian's van, so action is happening to tidy up.
Just now, right now.
We speak.
Oh, blimey, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, Chris said. I think he's a bit shocked by it, and you know, he's like, yeah, but you parked on the lawn. I'm like, yeah, but come on, what was going on? And just needing sort of validation there and not really getting it. And like, I don't need validation. I don't need, I'll just own my part, you know, I'll just get on with it rather than, you know, whose fault it is. So that has been really helpful. I feel empowered actually that I can take action myself and write a letter and, you know, not be in that fighting place. There's nothing to prove. There's nothing to prove. And I think they will fight back. However we fight, the learning here is how to meet, I think, what I consider quite unreasonable people who probably are reasonable if you can meet them in a place that maybe they're not used to being met, which is, hey, you know, like, oh, I'm really sorry this has escalated. You know, it's kind of gone too far. I would really like to stay on site. What would be the calmest way?
Yeah. Well, I've got a suggestion. Why don't you? Because you brokered something for Iona a couple of months ago. It was those peace talks with her. People you had the difficulty with around the painting. So why don't you get a meeting set up when you're back and have a mediator and say, okay, well, let's just try and find a solution here.
That's great. Because I said to Chris, what about meeting with her? And he said, no, you do it. And I thought, okay, then maybe that's what I do. Maybe that's the part that he may not be able to do that, and that's okay. Yeah, I think that feels right. That does feel guided.
Because if you actually speak to them, you know, and in person, it's very hard. Like email and text messages are so impersonal, so easy to like, you know, stuff you, we're just evicting you. Okay, say that to my face here, right? So now we're sitting down, you know, you're actually interacting with a living human being who's in the room, a couple of meters away from you. You've got someone who's facilitating a safe space. So, okay, so the game changes, doesn't it? It's not going to be the same energy. Like, it's going to naturally tend to soften the person, you know, and hopefully they find their higher self, and then, you know, there's an agreement that can be reached. Because if you both in oneness, then it's a meeting of minds and it's a joining, and you find a way around all the ego, you know, obstacles that is put in place. Well, you did this and you didn't do this, and you know, I don't know the details, but I'm sure it's going to be like, well, you said this and you said this and you didn't do what you should, you know, and so on. And okay, well, let's just put all that aside, you know, that's on the past, and find a meeting of minds and a meeting of hearts. And then surely a good, you know, good outcome can come of it. So. Let's
hope. I mean, Iona and Kenneth will be laughing because they know Joan, but I think there's always hidden depths to people, aren't there? That, and I think it just requires, you know, I personally do not want to fight. I simply don't want to fight. It's not a fight that I want to fight. And there isn't a point I want to make, really, at all. It's just to find a safe place, actually, just to relax into that space. And if it's not possible that we do it together, then let's keep the static caravan there, and then let's sell it if that's what we need to do. But, you know, the whole argument, and Chris wants to go into kind of law of man, you know, he wants to He wants to do a, like a kind of other legal thing. And
yeah. The whole
it
free man thing.
Exactly. But this does not feel the place to practice that, because he's been studying it, and it's like he's really wanted to take some thought on that. And it's like, not this one, sunshine. This is not the fight that we share together on this front, because there's too much at stake. There's too much to lose. And I feel it won't bring harmony. It won't bring us together. And that's what I'm interested in, is the harmony and coming back together and finding a softer place, really. So yeah, that's been a bit of a shocker for me today and yesterday. Like, I feel really unsteady about that. But on the other side, I went to a pottery, the Leach Pottery in St Ives, which I've always wanted to go to. And I just got so inspired about clay. I was like, God, I love this material. I love creating. I could really see myself in a studio with a window. And I love it. I just love, I've always been a potter since I was tiny. And so, yeah, my passion really rose in that direction. Yeah.
Well,
so
it's good. It's all good. It's all leading you in the right direction.
It's all leaning in the right direction. It looks like it's not, but then even in the Sufi class today, it was like, there are wazifas that we chant that are about the disharmony that comes in this human existence, the things that aren't great. And it is part of life that these things arise. It's how we use that to come back to the heart. So I'm like, okay, how do I come back to the heart? How do I come back to my heart? Not just the surface, but come deeper and see that we are one. I'm even one with people that I think I would be completely at odds with, like these are the people I would never, it's like, those are the ones to bring into the heart. It's, you can bring them in.
You got to look beyond the personality and the mind stuff that seemingly separates you, and go, well, actually, that's the character. That's what's playing out on the level of form, but that's not who they really are.
Absolutely, all of us. Even though I want to, I really wanted to point the finger and like make somebody else wrong. It's like that. Oh, even that's a pattern. Make somebody else wrong. And actually, but I didn't act, I kind of froze around certain things. So it's kind of watching how my nervous system responds and being prepared to change that habit. That's a great learning for me. And that's also part of what we're talking about today in the lesson, that, what looks like the deepest wound is an opportunity, or what looks like the worst situation you could be in is
make me not forget my function, in this situation.
Exactly.
My function is to forgive or to let go.
Yeah.
Which you can always do.
Always.
It's possible to let it go. And as he says here, maybe start. Do you want to start with paragraph 1 for us? Very appropriate, I think.
So today's idea, that one?
Yeah.
Today's idea is merely another way of saying, let me not wander into temptation. The purpose of the world you see is to obscure the function of forgiveness and provide you with a justification for forgetting it. It is the temptation to abandon pure formless awareness. And
so what you're going to do, you see how I've structured it. Read the first paragraph as it is, and then in the alternative, I've put the translation.
Okay.
Make your life easier.
Okay. So today's idea is merely another way of saying, let me not wander into temptation. The purpose of the world you see is to obscure your function of forgiveness and provide you with a justification for forgetting it. It is the temptation to abandon God and his Son by taking on a physical appearance. It is this the body's eye. It is this the body's eyes look upon. Today's idea is merely another way of saying, let me not wander into temptation. The purpose of the world you see is to obscure your function of letting go and providing you with a justification for forgetting it. It is the temptation to abandon love, pure formless awareness, and its extension by taking on a physical appearance. It is this the body's eyes look upon.
Okay. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, just the function of the world is to hide it. It's not to illuminate. The function of the world, the function of the ego and the function of the world are to hang on to the ouch. Or to take you away, to kind of remove you, to separate you, so you feel separated from the togetherness, the at one-ment. And so then the deeper function, my function, is letting go. And remembering that is my function, that is what pure formless awareness is always leading me towards, is letting go, forgiving. And then there is relaxation and joy. Yeah. But actually that holding, the world showing us that it's not about letting go, it's about fighting, or it's about, whatever the nervous system is being drawn to. And there are different ways that our nervous systems can respond depending on what we've learned in our bodies, how we've learned to respond in our bodies. That in fact, there is so much in this physical reality that is really painful, in that not letting go, in that not remembering, in the forgetting of who I am, in the forgetting of my function, my true function. So much suffering and so much pain, and that's kind of regarded as quite normal behavior, to suffer. So I really love this, just coming back again, what is my true function? My true function is letting go, is letting go and coming back into flow and being of the one mind with pure formless awareness. And then it's like a kind of a straight path. Well,
Well, it's simple. There's no ambiguity or equivocation. It's saying, look, this is your one function. This is what you have to do. So don't forget it, because the world was set up. The veil of illusion is pulled over our eyes to make us forget your formless awareness, and make us forget. No, our function is really just to let go and find pure formless awareness or love. That's our only function here. The veil of illusion is the ego's veil, pulled over the wool of our eyes. It's pulled the wool over our eyes, literally, as a temptation to abandon this love. When I had my little mystic experience in the Vipassana, it was so obvious. I just got it. It's like, wow, yes, this pure formless awareness I've just experienced, and the entire world is a projection of my mind designed to justify my mind going away from pure formless awareness and going off into all various kinds of illusions, and not resting in this awareness I've just experienced. That's the whole point. That's why it was invented, which is what he's saying here. Taking on a physical appearance and the body. You talk about the nervous system and the body. If you're rooted in that and not in your higher mind, then you've actually inverted what's in charge. You've said now the body's in charge rather than the mind. And it's actually the ego just attaching itself to the body and saying, oh, no, well, my body's feeling this. And that's just not true, ultimately. It's an inversion of truth, because our minds are ultimately primary.
Well, here's the thing. So here's the thing that interests me, in that the you know, there's a trend at the moment for really studying the nervous system and for looking at trauma, and you know, because we've all been impacted with traumatic experiences in our lives, and they do hold us back simply because there's a pattern. And yes, we can break it if we have that awareness, but often what needs to happen is some awareness around the fact that, for example, if you go into freeze, it's not a very easy thing to work with in the moment if you just go into that freeze, you know, and it's a kind of mechanical thing, it seems. So coming in from, you know, for me, bringing pure formless awareness in, and also noticing, okay, so there's something going on in here. That means I've stopped communicating, or I'm dissociating, or I'm, you know, I actually do find the work with the nervous system really helpful. And I understand that it's kind of contrary to this teaching, but in terms of steps, you know, learning steps, taking steps, learning how to self-regulate comes to, for me, you know, there's a movement with this work of letting go and watching my nervous system. Somehow there's a supporting system going on there. Because for me, I need to understand. But so it is that there is an awareness of the body in that respect, or there's an awareness of what's being experienced that is like a contraction. So it's all in the movement of being able to open again and feel in flow.
That's experienced as body, but it's actually the mind experiencing it. That's really what Jesus is saying. It's always in mind. All experiences are held in mind. So if you're feeling the contraction, okay, I'm feeling that in my body. Where's the perception? It's in my mind. I'm experiencing it there, and it can be changed there. Because the body just holds the subconscious mind and all that energy, and then it's a vehicle for expression of it. So yeah, I mean the purpose of the body, we've just done 2 sections on the body the last week, is as a means of communication. It's to learn to see it as a means to learn, you know, the truth, and to communicate only the spirit in and through it. So you interrupt those patterns. You become aware of the pattern in the body. You feel it. You go, okay, but this is actually my mind. It's being expressed in my body, and I feel it, you know, maybe physically somewhere, but it's actually my energy, which is mind, and that's being, and I hold in the body. And these kinds of practices can interrupt that. So okay, well, let me let go of the energy. Really, the energy is just mind. It's thoughts and emotions. If I can drop the energy, then the body is going to change, because the body is response to the mind. The mind is ultimately what's controlling all the biochemistry and so on of the body.
Yeah.
So it's not really contradictory. It's just always bringing it back. I'm not saying it's the body that's doing it. It's always the mind.
Yeah.
And I can take it back to mind, and I can change my mind. You know, whatever the body's experiencing, my mind is not governed by that. It's not limited by whatever the feelings are in the body. The mind can be changed, and that feeling can be released or let go. Okay, happy with number 1? Okay, let's move on to number 2 then. So Iona, maybe if you read number 2 for us, kindly.
Nothing the body's eyes seem to see can be anything but a form of temptation, since this was the purpose of the body itself. Yet we have learned that the Holy Spirit has another purpose for all the illusions you have made, and therefore he sees another purpose in them. To the Holy Spirit, the world is a place where you learn to forgive yourself what you think of as your sins. In this perception, the physical appearance of temptation becomes a spiritual recognition of salvation. Nothing the body's eyes seem to see can be anything but a form of temptation, since this was the purpose of the body itself. Yet we have learned that the awareness of oneness, love, has another purpose for all the illusions you have made, and therefore it sees another purpose in them. To the awareness of oneness and love, the world is a place where you learn to let go of what you think of as your sins. In this perception, the physical appearance of temptation becomes a spiritual recognition of salvation.
Okay.
So,
Just where.
first sentence about seeing, the physical seeing, the eyeballs in my head are very different from the spiritual sight of vision. So the purpose of the body is in this solid, dense form. But I have learned that through love, the illusions I've made up are to teach me about how to let go of what I think of are things that I have done in sin, thoughts, actions, and I learned to see them with spiritual sight. That the physical appearances then become spiritual in that I see them as just another way to let go of my misperceptions, miscreations.
Just another, Gary Renard talks like just another forgiveness opportunity.
Right. And you say just another opportunity to let go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just another letting go opportunity. Jalgo. Hey, that's a nice Jalgo. Jalgo. Just another letting go opportunity.
Right. Right.
That's quite a nice one to remember. And that's all it's there for. It's there to help you see, so your temptation becomes the recognition that you can actually let this go and be saved from the temptation and all pain and suffering that it seems to be tempting you to experience, and make another choice. And the more you tempted, the greater the temptation, the more opportunity is to let go. So if your ego is really rising up, then it's like, okay, well, this is a major opportunity to let go of this and release it in this moment. Or I play it out, or I play the ego pattern. Those are the choices. I'm going to play it out. I'm going to go deeper into it, and I'm going to suffer more, or I'm going to let it go. Those are the alternatives. There are no others. And which is what he's trying to say. There's two ways of approaching life. You're either going to let go, or you're going to hold on. So which is it going to be in each situation is the question. And,
my 21-year-old daughter phoned me tonight, and she said, "Mom, draw me a Course in Miracles card. I need to hear." I said, I drew one that said, "Fear is there is no fear in perfect love." And then she said, and then photographed me all the big truths about myself. So I did that and sent it to her because she was in a right old ego tailspin. I said, "Oh God, I'm so proud of you." And she said, "Well, Mom, you've been banging on since I was 14 years old. So I did take in something."
Yeah, well, she reckon at least she knows where to go for help.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I said, "Honey, you're waking up quick. If you can do this at 22, and I'm sitting here at 58, I said, you will save yourself
so much grief,
months and years of grief." Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's amazing. What a great gift, and hopefully she'll find it helpful and go, yeah, okay, I need to study this myself.
Yeah.
Absorb this myself, rather than just call up Mum and Mum, help me. It's a starting point. Okay, you want to give a little summary of paragraph 2, and then we'll move on.
My physical it says my internet connection is unstable. I hope you can hear me. That
Yeah.
what I see physically has nothing to do with spiritual sight. That what I see in apparent illusion is all here spiritually to help me let go and recognize my salvation in this letting go.
To remember, nothing the body's eyes seem to see can be anything but a form of temptation. It's like, wow, okay. So the whole construct is a form of temptation. The matrix is the temptation to believe in another self and
So
deny.
it's just massive temptation.
Yeah. Well, it does, you know. But then you help each other because you're going like, you know, he was saying it. He was saying it at the time. You know, remember for both of you, because it's very easy to get sucked in. You know, the ego comes calling and it wants to take you down the rabbit hole into this, you know, very dark place. And it's like, whoever's saying it at the time, if you can hold the light for the other person, then, you know, that's your gift to them. To just say, remember, you don't have to do this. You can hold a higher place. You can let go here, and don't go down the rabbit hole. Stay with me in the light. And so that's really the purpose of a relationship, is to hold each other in the light.
Yeah.
So if the other person's not there, then the last thing you should do is abandon them. You should say, no, well, I'm going to hold the space for you so that you can come back, you know, because otherwise I'm kind of going, well, you know, then off you go into the darkness. But as the light of the world.
That's exactly what it felt like. Yeah.
The light of the world. Your job is to try and hold them in the light and remind them that, you know, this is their reality.
What's that?
What is that noise?
Is it gone now?
Yeah.
Did you not hear that, Jono?
I did briefly, just for a second or two. I don't know. Honestly.
Commentary.
What was it?
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was someone's device or something. Okay, happy with number 2?
Yep.
Move on to number 3 then. 2, or John, can you read that for us?
Yeah. To review our last few lessons, your function here is to be the light of the world, a function given you by God. It is only the arrogance of the ego that leads you to question this, and only the fear of the ego that induces you to regard yourself as unworthy of the task assigned to you by God himself. The world's salvation awaits your forgiveness, because through it does the Son of God escape from all illusions, and thus from all temptation. The Son of God is you. Or, to review our last few lessons, your function here is to be the true awareness of the world, a function given you by love, pure formless awareness.
So let's, as you go, just unpack each sentence, I think, to speed things up. Any thoughts on that?
I like the use of true awareness of the world here, actually.
Rather than the light of the world.
Yeah, it's got a bit more grounded, I think.
Yeah, so that's the idea. It's just a bit more practical. Okay, this is what light actually means.
So our job is to bring true awareness to the world. It is only the
given to us by pure formless, which is you know, the ultimate awareness, which is our true awareness. But true awareness of the world is true perception of the world.
It is only the arrogance of the belief in separation that leads you to question this. And only the fear of this belief that induces you to regard yourself as unworthy of the task assigned to you by love, pure formless awareness itself.
Okay, makes sense.
I always struggle with this a bit, actually. This the arrogance of the ego. Yes, okay, so I can understand that it's the ego argues against it and doesn't want to believe it. It's the label arrogance that just sticks a bit.
Why is that a problem?
I don't really see why it's arrogance.
Well, so let's look at what's happened here. You know, we've said this is now our way. Let's go back to our diagram.
Oh yeah.
The arrogance of the ego is belief in separation. We've gone, no, oneness isn't true. We don't want this anymore. Although this is ultimate truth, it's given by source, by our creator. We've in our arrogance decided to throw that away and say, I've got a better idea. I think I know better than God himself, love itself, pure formless awareness itself, source, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to do it my way.
Yeah.
And deny that this is true and real. And that's arrogance, because you're saying, I know better. The little I that you've invented knows better than ultimate truth. And how can it?
Yeah, no, thanks, John. That's good for just qualifying that one. Yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. So
it is only the arrogance of the belief in separation that leads you to question this, and only the fear of this belief that induces you to regard yourself. Let's do that one again. And only the fear of this belief, i.e., that we are separate, that induces you to regard yourself as unworthy of the task assigned to you by love, pure formless awareness itself. So it's this fear of being actually separated that induces you to regard yourself as unworthy. So because we see ourselves as separate, we then see ourselves as unworthy of doing the task.
And we actually fear this belief. This is the crazy thing. So the fear of the ego is the fear of our own belief in separation. Well, that's insane. How can you fear your own belief? Who's believing it? So the fear of your own belief is craziness, insanity. Why don't you just drop the belief then? Who's believing it?
Right, it's down to we kind of know within ourselves that having cut ourselves off, we have cut ourselves off from the power to do what we want, what is asked of us.
Yeah, but the only thing that keeps us separate is that belief.
Yeah.
So we fear the belief, but who's believing it?
Yeah. Well,
it makes sense to fear your own belief. So basically, you're fearing your own mind. You're fearing the misuse of your own mind. And it's just what he's trying to say here. It's just a belief.
Yeah.
So there's no need to fear it. Just drop it. It's not a true belief. Just drop it. And when you drop the belief in separation, then what remains is love and pure formless awareness. That's all that's left. So quite like, does it help if we translate the ego as belief in separation?
Yeah, it does actually. And I think this definition of separation is suits me better than this kind of idea of a tiny mad idea.
Okay. What, the belief in separation?
Yeah. Because something caused this huge fear of looking back at what we did. And makes more sense than being a kind of a tiny mad idea, which carries a sense of it wasn't very significant.
Well, it started off as that. The tiny mad idea was just, what if I could be separate from oneness? That was the tiny mad idea. The problem came in that we believed the idea. See, the tiny mad idea in itself, okay, tiny mad idea. If we gave it no belief, we would have just gone, no, that doesn't make any sense. Just let it go. But we desired it. We wanted to explore this. So then we started believing in it. And that's why the ego is the belief in the tiny mad idea of separation. Now you believe in it. It doesn't become to the ego, it's not a tiny mad idea anymore. This becomes reality. This is a huge idea. This defines it. This is the idea that defines its identity and a whole world based on it. So it's a massive idea for the ego.
So by believing in it, we become invested in it.
Yeah, it's the belief in it that's the problem. The idea in itself has no power unless we believe in it, and then belief creates in this world, with words, thoughts, actions. It all gets played out. Now, on the level of form, these beliefs have become manifest. And so now we fear what really is just a belief, but it seems to have real consequences in the world. And so we then fear the projections of the belief, but without realizing that it's still just a belief. If we believe in the projections, then we must be believing in the belief that underlies it. But the belief is nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. So he's trying to say to us, look, just don't believe in it in any way, shape, or form. Don't believe in anything that the ego sponsored, anything that this belief in separation sponsors, which is all of this, the entire physical world of temptation, bodies, etc. Don't believe in any of it. Let go of the belief and you're free. The belief only has power if you give it power, if you keep believing in it. So the ego's temptation is always to get you to try and believe in it. And whatever's happening here, the temptations to believe in it are what he's talking about. You see people acting in a certain way and then it tempts you to believe in separation. And that temptation needs to be met with the one answer, which is, no, I can let go of all of this, because ultimately the belief that created all of this is not true. It's all based on a belief in separation, which is not a true belief. Which is why letting go is the only answer. Let go of the belief, and that belief plays out in many ways in this world. It's not always obvious. So what he's training us to do here is to see, okay, this is ego. I see this is the belief in separation playing itself out. Identify it. Then once I have that awareness, the second step of letting it go becomes fairly easy. Well, yeah, this is crazy. It's insane. How can I believe in projections of insanity? It doesn't make sense. I'm going to drop it. I'm going to let it go. And I'm not going to hold the thoughts and hold the emotions in mind. And then the belief has no power. It only has belief if you think about it. And then you act on it, makes it even more believable. So that's why the ego is always trying to get you to act on it. Because action is a powerful form of affirmation. You act on it, then you're saying, yes, I do believe in it. So the way out is just, let it go in every sense. Don't act on it. Don't give it headspace. Don't think about it. Don't feel about it. Don't act on it. Don't speak about it. Because it's nothing. So don't just treat it as what it is. It's nothing. And then you just pull the rug out from the ego. It has no power if you don't believe in it. And that's his whole approach here. Okay, happy with the rest of that paragraph? World salvation.
Yeah. It's a good one. Yeah.
World salvation awaits your letting go. So the idea that, as we change our own minds, then we change the world, because it's all held in mind. Seek not to change the world, but seek to change your mind about it. Through it does the extension of love, which is you, escape from all illusions and thus from all temptation. So this one thing, letting go, gets you to escape from the entire illusion and all temptations. And that extension of love or pure formless awareness is you, telling you very clearly, that awareness is your true awareness. Okay, happy? Any questions on number 3, or should we go to number 4?
No, that's good.
Only by fulfilling the function given you by God will you be happy. That is because your function is to be happy by using the means by which happiness becomes inevitable. There is no other way. Therefore, every time you choose whether or not to fulfill your function, you are really choosing whether or not to be happy. So only by fulfilling the function given you by love or pure formless awareness will you be happy. That is because your function is to be happy by using the means by which happiness becomes inevitable. There is no other way. Therefore, every time you choose whether or not to fulfill your function, you are really choosing whether or not to be happy.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
Well, he's saying that by fulfilling our function, we will be happy. End of story. Because
very simple. So there's no other way. This is it. No one function, which is to let go or forgive, and this is the only way to happiness. Which, if you think logically about it, must be the case. Right? Yeah. So what makes you unhappy? Well, you've got various thoughts and emotions that block love. You know, the blocks to awareness of love's presence, as he calls them. So if that's what's causing you unhappiness, if you let go of the blocks, they're no longer there, then what remains is happiness, because that's your true nature and your base state. So all you have to do to be happy in any situation is drop the blocks. Let go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which is easier said than done, because these blocks seem to be, you know, big, real, scary, whatever, you know, because that's why they're blocks. But to recognize whenever I'm not really just happy in my self, that I've got a block. There's some block that's revealing itself. And so now my job becomes to recognize that and simply let it go. It's okay, I recognize the block. The block's in my own mind. It's just a belief. It's not really anyone else. It's my own belief about the situation that's the problem. And this is how the belief in separation plays out for me. Oh, if someone does something, they trigger the belief. The belief arises in the form of fear or anger, or wanting to blame, or etc. And then we get caught up in the belief, in the effects of the belief of separation, without realizing that it's the belief that's the problem. It's just a belief in what's not true. And so our task becomes to just recognize, look, this is what's going on. Cut through all of the noise the ego's created and go, this is what's happening right now. I recognize I'm being triggered. Ego's tempting me to believe in separation by fearing or getting angry or projecting blame. And this is how the belief in separation plays out. So he's trained us. Jesus has trained you to recognize these forms. So no, it's just the belief in separation playing itself out in this way. Let me not go there. Let me not forget my function. Is simply to let go of the belief in all of its forms, as and when they show up. And if I can do that, then happiness is guaranteed. Because what's going to make you unhappy then if there are no more blocks? So it's very, very simple, but it does require mind training and vigilance. You've got to really be on it, because the ego is always trying. You're living in the domain of temptation. You're living in a physical body, in a world which is designed to tempt you to forget your function of letting go, to tempt you to forget and abandon love or pure formless awareness. So you've got to be on your guard, because it's going to happen all the time. That's the nature of the illusion. That's what it's designed to do. So this is really, it's training you to be very present, very aware, very vigilant, so that when it comes, and it will come, then you're ready. Like, yeah, okay, I can just let it go. And I just get really good at letting go. That's the one skill that you need to learn. Just really good at letting it go quickly, easily, no fuss. Because the quicker I do that, the quicker I restore my peace of mind and my happiness. If I delay it, then I suffer. It becomes very obvious. That's what happens. The more I delay it, the more I suffer, and I'm in a state of unhappiness. And why would I do that to myself when I know that I can let it go, and I know that I can be happy now? So why delay it for longer? And you'll notice that if you do delay it, you'll notice that there's this kind of almost sick attraction of guilt, as he calls it. You actually want to be unhappy. It's crazy, but we do. Part of our mind actually wants to be unhappy, and so we hold on to these things and we don't let them go straight away because we want to juice it and get our dose of unhappiness. And he's saying that that's never justified.
I just want to welcome my niece, who's just.
Yes. Hello, I see someone in the dark.
I don't know if you can see us. I'm going to try and put a light on. But
vaguely, yeah, we can.
We're on holiday together.
Okay, welcome, Chloe. Is it?
We're on video, yeah, but it's dark, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yes, Chloe.
Yeah, welcome, Chloe.
Thank you so much.
Very nice to meet you. You're just going to dive in the deep end with us, but just kind of go with it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
I don't know how much of this non-dual teaching you're familiar with, but
Yeah,
you'll just catch on as we go.
I can't see on there. How do I see?
So, any comments, questions on number 4?
Good.
Summary.
We will just pop up at some point.
Okay.
Yeah. If you'd like to do a summary, but I think Sue gave it. That was a very succinct summary, but it was.
I said I liked Sue's summary.
Yeah, executive summary. Well, it's a summary. It's like one line. Yeah, that's what he's saying. It's true. So keep it brief. So number 5. Then we'll go into some practice with a meditation. So why don't we ask Chloe? Do you mind reading this for us? Would you like to participate?
Okay.
So if you read number 5 and then you read it again with the alternative, because I've got some other language in here, and then we'll unpack it sort of sentence by sentence in the second reading.
Okay. So let us remember this today. Let us remind ourselves of it in the morning and again at night and all through the day as well. Prepare yourself in advance for all the decisions you will make today by remembering they are all really very simple. Each one will lead to happiness or unhappiness. Can such a simple decision really be difficult to make? Let not the form of the decision deceive you. Complexity of form does not imply complexity of content. It is impossible that any decision on earth can have a content different from just this one simple choice. That is the only choice the awareness of oneness, love perceives. Therefore, it is the only choice there is.
Okay, so any thoughts on that? You read the second one first, that's fine. Does that kind of gel for you? Does it make sense at all?
Let's see. Oh.
Chloe, any thoughts on that?
Not right now.
Okay. Does it make some sense?
It makes sense. Yeah. It resonates.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So can you tell me why it makes sense to you?
Just this concept of simplicity, of things actually being really quite simple and not that complicated, and the fact that perhaps we add these other layers of complexity to something, and that makes a lot of sense to me.
The complexity of form does not imply complexity of content. He's trying to make our lives very simple. He's saying, look, there's really only 2 choices in every situation. You've got the choice for love or oneness on the one hand, you've got the choice for separation on the other hand. And that's what's always going on in every situation. So you can choose. So don't get confused by what's going on the level of form, which is what, of course, we tend to do. And the ego likes, the belief in separation likes to make things complex, because then we don't actually see the wood for the trees, and we don't see that it's actually a very simple decision that we need to make. So it's trying to make our lives very simple. So look, actually, there's only two choices in every situation. If you can recognize that, you can see the choices clearly, and you understand what the implications of the choices are, then you'll tend to make the right choice situation. And he's saying the only valid choice he has to let go. To let it go, let go of the thoughts and emotions that don't really serve you. And then your life becomes quite simple. Okay, two choices. I just need to make the right choice in every situation. If I make that choice, then I'm on the right track. I'm going down the right road, and I'm on the road to happiness and peace and love, rather than what the ego wants you to experience, which is fear, anger, hatred, frustration, guilt, sin, and pretty much any other negative emotion that you can think of is bundled in there. So just giving us a very simple, that's what I love about this teaching. It's very, very simple. It's very clear cut. There's a choice to make, and you need to make the right choice. There's no ambiguity. He's not saying you can make both choices at the same time. One choice denies the other. You can't choose love and fear at the same time. You can't choose to hold on to something and be angry and upset, and also let it go and be happy and peaceful. These are clearly opposite choices and opposite states of mind. So you can't fudge it. It's one or the other here. And he's just saying there's only one that's correct and the other one's not. So you have a very clear decision rule, which then can guide you. Because if all things are equal, there's some spiritual teachings that say, well, it's all part of God. The fear and the darkness and the anger and the hatred, it's all part of God. Okay. Right. So now how do we make a choice then? If it's all part of God, well, then the dark and the light would seem to be of equal value. So now how do we choose correctly? Well, you can't. Then it's as valid to go and murder someone as to go and give them a hug, if that's the case. But actually, just take the thought system to its extreme. It doesn't make sense. How can you make that as valid and as true as say a loving, kind action? You can't. They contradict each other. You've got to choose between them. And that's really what he's saying here. So it's actually a very, very simple course, and this is a very simple teaching, but it requires, some mind training and discipline, because our minds are not used to thinking this way. We're used to fudging it and going, well, I'm just confused and I don't really know. And so there's no clear basis for decision making, which then makes us confused. And we actually, in the end, often decide nothing. We just stay in the confusion, which means ultimately the ego's in charge. The ego is as he taught us recently, the ego is expert only in confusion, if you recall a couple of lessons ago. The ego, that's what it's expert in. So you're listening to a voice that's expert only in confusion. Well, what can you expect but to be confused then? Okay, so any questions on number 5? I'm happy with that. Again, pretty straightforward stuff.
Thank you.
So thanks for reading that, Chloe. So a couple of choices here. We can, as usual, always choice. We can do a meditation now on this lesson, and I'll guide you through this in about 20 minutes. Or we can go into the text, which is 14 paragraphs. Quite a lot.
The text.
I
would like the text.
Yeah, okay. I'll do text and then
crack on with the text.
yeah, and then a meditation at the end.
That's fine.
For those who are still awake.
Yeah, at about 3 in the morning we can have a meditation.
It's only 9 o'clock there. Come on.
Oh, John,
the night is but young.
Oh, want to party on the Course in Miracles.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Go till the early hours in the morning.
Wow.
Okay. So does anyone need a comfort break before we start?
I'm okay.
You okay for now? John, Sue? Still there?
Yeah, we can see.
I actually need a comfort break, so I'm gonna call it time out. 2 minutes, get some tea and do whatever you need to do, and then we'll continue. Okay. So let me just stop the recording briefly. Where are we? Get back in here. There we go. Okay.
Nice to meet you, Chloe.
Hi, Ona.
Hiya.
Hi. Nice to meet you guys. Hi.
And Kenneth.
Hi, Kenneth.
Hi.
This is my beloved niece.
Oh.
No,
I'm slightly out of it right now, actually, not entirely alert, but so lovely to see you.
You can be very honest here, by the way. This is like, it's a bare all kind of place, isn't it?
Oh.
It's like we just share the shit. We share what is floating our boat at any moment.
We really do. So I miss you, but I'm aware that you're having really important time with your family.
Yeah, definitely. It's good. It's good. Our last day in St. Ives, I can't believe it. And today I went to the Leech Pottery and it was amazing.
Is that Barbara Leech?
No, I don't know if Barbara is one of the people, but Bernard Leech,
Thank you.
Yeah, Clive Bowen. There are a few potters that form this kind of pottery collective. And I noticed today that they do that's Brody.
Brody.
Who's like a Buddha, like the Buddha cat. He's amazing. He just sits like that.
Chester was in today.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't feel the need to say hello or goodbye.
He doesn't. He's
very silent. Eats the food, and we know he's been because the bowl is lit clean.
Oh yeah,
it really is, isn't it? Basically, he's just a tongue with a nose attached.
You know, here's an ego thing. I'm sitting here looking at myself in the camera, thinking my tits look huge. And that's such an ego thought.
It's hilarious. That's what we do. We just have all these ego thoughts and up they pop.
Yeah.
I can't make you big, which is really annoying.
No, we're all very little, aren't we?
We can only view one at a time, can't we? Is that right?
Show thumbnail.
How do we view? Where's that?
So view.
View that.
What's that side by side speaker gallery? What about side by side gallery? What's that like?
Shared screen.
Oh,
okay.
Here we are.
It's a little bit better.
John and Sue are just off at the moment having a
incognito. So I'm sure Lisa knows about this course, but it's honestly the best thing.
It's amazing.
You learn actually nothing else works. No other. But this world is imperfect, and we keep trying to make it work, but actually it never does. And you know, all the stuff that we make up in our minds. And I was just saying earlier, my 21-year-old, you know, was on the phone and just thinking, if you can get this stuff, it's just such a time saver. Save months and years and weeks of misunderstanding and misery and suffering in the mind. So it's great to see you.
Yes, so good to see
so good that Chloe's here. I thought Rosie might want to come, but she's lying down with the babies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Another time.
Another time. Okay. So I'm going to just start the recordings again. Into it. Okay. All right. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. to second part of the session. So we're going to do reading and discussion of section 1 of chapter 9, if you want to follow in your books. This is the chapter is called the acceptance of the at-one-ment, and first one is the acceptance of reality.
Oh yeah.
So let's start off with paragraph 1, shall we? Who read first? I think it was Lucy. So Lucy, it's your turn again.
Where's my glasses?
Oh, here.
Oh, thank you. Okay. At-one-ment, the acceptance of reality. The fear of the will of pure formless awareness is one of the strangest beliefs the human mind has ever made. It could not possibly have occurred unless the mind were already profoundly split, making it possible for us to be afraid of what it really is. Reality cannot threaten anything except illusions, since reality can only uphold the truth. The very fact that the will of pure formless awareness, which is what you are, is perceived as fearful, demonstrates that you are afraid of what you are. It is not then the will of pure formless awareness which you are afraid of, but yours.
You translate the awareness, will as awareness. It becomes even more
awareness. Yeah. The awareness of pure formless awareness.
of which you are afraid. So you're afraid of your own awareness, basically. Your own true awareness. Demonstrate afraid of what you are. Well, yes, you're afraid of your own awareness, which is an insane position to be in, isn't it? You're not then the will of God, the awareness of pure formless awareness of which you're afraid, but yours. So you're afraid of your own awareness, which is, of course, the ego, the belief in separation that you've invented as the denial of pure formless awareness. And we're afraid of our own will. We're afraid of our own mind, which is a completely insane position to be in. But then that's the ego for you. It's insane. An alternative awareness that we're now afraid of. And you're saying, well, why are you afraid of it if you made it up? Just drop it already. Let it go, and then you won't be afraid of it anymore. Because it's entirely in your own belief. The belief in separation is yours. It's not anywhere else, outside of you. It appears to be. See, but this is the illusion. The illusion seems to make you believe, oh, it's someone else, something else. It's a world outside of me that's making me feel this way. Really? Or is it actually your belief in separation that's now been triggered? So you projected the belief out to create an insane world. And now that belief gets triggered by the insane world. And so it arises and you go, oh, well, now it's the world that's making me feel this way. I blame the world or someone else outside of me. But actually, it's the belief in separation that is the cause of the world that's now being triggered to arise. But now the ego tells us, no, it's not the cause, it's the effect. So we are now at the effect of our own projection. The ego is teaching us that the cause is somehow outside of ourselves, and it's not actually the belief in separation. That's the problem. Okay. Any comments on that, Lucy? Any thoughts?
Well, when it's all just coming from yourself, the illusion seems a pretty kind of wan decision. Reality cannot threaten anything except illusions. Yeah, there's really two options, isn't there? Reality and illusions. Truth and fear, truth and illusion. So reality or truth, fear or illusions.
Yeah, there's two alternate realities. One is true and one is not. And it's not up to us to decide, fortunately. Ultimately, the truth is true, whether you believe it or not.
Yeah.
But in order for the truth to have any impact on you, to help you, you have to accept it. Hence, the acceptance of reality. Saying if you don't accept it, it can't help you. Because it's as if it wasn't there. If you've denied it in your awareness, then it's as if it wasn't there. And then you feel bereft of it. And you go, well, God's abandoned me. No, you abandoned God. That's the problem here. You abandoned your own pure formless awareness for another awareness, which is insane, which believes in separation and has a whole alternate thought system, and now has invented a world based on this idea of separation. And you abandon pure formless awareness for this.
I'm just thinking, I'm just wondering if this is where Marianne Williamson took her famous quote from. It's not the darkness in us that we're afraid of. It's our brilliance. It's our light. Because what it's saying, you are afraid of the awareness of love in you, in me. I am afraid of the awareness of pure love in me.
Well, no, he's actually saying it's not then the will of God, okay, the awareness of pure formless awareness of which you're afraid, but yours. You're afraid of your awareness, which you've invented as the alternative to true awareness. So we're now afraid of this belief in separation, which we've believed in. We invented it, we believed in it, and we've invented a whole world based on it. And we're afraid of our own belief and the projections of our own belief.
I see. That's different. Yeah.
So we're not really afraid. I mean, yes, the ego will fear this, but what he's trying to say to us is that's not actually the case. You're actually afraid of your own false awareness. You're afraid of your own belief in separation and what it can do. Which is a crazy position to be in, but if you're honest about it, that's what we're afraid of. You're afraid you're going to mess it up. You're afraid that you're going to do something wrong, and this belief is now seemingly powerful in your mind because you're afraid of it. You give it power. You can't really be afraid of your true awareness because there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just perfect love.
Right.
Nothing to be afraid of. So he's trying to change our minds. So, you think you're afraid of love, but actually you're afraid of your own awareness, your own will, which is the ego's belief in separation.
So is he saying you're afraid of the truth and the fact that you've screwed it up, believing in your ego?
Perceived as fearful demonstrates that you're afraid of what you are. Okay, so let's look at number 4. Very fact that the will of God, the awareness of your own true awareness, own pure formless awareness, which is what you are, because it's your awareness, is perceived as fearful, demonstrates that you are afraid of what you are. Okay, so that's what we think. We're afraid of our own pure formless awareness of what we really are. But it's not then the will of God of which you're afraid, but yours. So it's up to us to reinterpret this and say, you're not actually really afraid of the will of God. You're actually afraid of your own awareness, which seems to have now covered over this true awareness. And the fear is part of the covering.
Yeah.
You're afraid of your own false belief.
Yeah.
And you're afraid that you're going to listen to that belief and you're going to screw it up again. And you're going to deny love again. And if you're honest about your what goes on in your mind, you'll see that that's the case. You're terrified you're going to mess it up, and that this belief seemingly has the power to cause you to do things you don't want to do, and potentially do very harmful things to yourself and others. And you go, well, what happens if I go that way? But it's only your own belief that gives it any power. The idea of separation has no power unless you believe in it, which is your ultimate salvation. If you don't believe in it, then it has absolutely no power in your mind or in your life at all.
Yeah.
So this path of letting go is simply saying, as it arises, and it seems to have power, and it tempts you to give it the power to direct your thoughts and your words and your actions. Deny it. Just don't give it the power. And then you systematically undermine its power, and you take away any power that belief has as you do this. And eventually the belief becomes powerless. You go, yeah, there's still an idea of separation, and but I don't believe it in it anymore. And so other people can believe in it, and the world operates on it, but I have no belief in it anymore. So it has no power over me. My thoughts, my emotions, my mind is clear of it. I just don't go there anymore, because I've let go of all of its forms and all of its tricks, and all of the ways that it plays out. And this is why we do the mind training, because he's training us to see, how does this belief work in all of its intricacies and complexities and details, so that we can see it, spot it, and then go, okay, I see, that's what it is, let it go.
Yeah.
So awareness precedes letting go. If you have no awareness of the ego, of the belief in separation, how can you let it go? Well, you can't. You must have the awareness first in order to make the choice to let it go.
Yeah.
So this is the fundamental two-step process. Awareness of what is true and what's not. So this is why it spends a lot of time training us to do that. And then once you're aware, just making the choice. So, okay, I'm going to let it go. And it becomes more and more obvious to make that choice the more awareness you have. It's like, well, if I'm really aware that this is false, and it's actually a disaster of a thought system, this really does not work at all, why would I want to hold on to it? I'm going to let it go instead. So the mind training is to train us to be, very aware and very vigilant for this belief in separation. Okay.
Jono, could you scroll the text to the right? Because it doesn't actually fit on our page. We've got it kind of big. I'm actually using my computer here. No, the other way.
Oh, that's right. Is that better?
Other way.
The other way.
The other right.
I just expanded. I expanded the.
Oh, did you?
The thing. It's obviously not fitting on your screen. Okay.
No, I might have to go back and put it at 60%.
Maybe.
It's just what happens if it goes the other way.
Hang on, I can reset it. Let's try that. Is that better? 100%?
Oh, yes.
Oh, keep going. Can you go a bit more?
I'm going to have to go get my glasses.
Oh, then we can't see.
So if I, because that's 100%, but it's, oh yeah, can you go a bit further, or is that as far as it will go?
No, I can get smaller, but then no one's going to be able to read it.
Oh, okay.
It's not so much smaller, it's just moving it.
It's because we've got the people, and we've got
moving it to the side. What you were doing there, it was pretty helping.
I think he can only go as far as there, though.
Ah, okay.
So
well, I can make it smaller, but then.
Are your people very big on your screen, Lucy?
That's the problem.
No, my people are tiny.
Tiny companions.
Totally. Could you take it to the right? That would be great. Like sort of butt it up against the I might have to go to 50. I might have to go to fit.
Oh yeah, that way.
What I'll do. I'm going to do this.
That way.
Okay? Is that better? Oh shit! I want to make it
exactly small. Can you see that?
Yeah, maybe we just bring it.
It's fine. We'll just bring you closer.
Okay. I've moved it to the right. Can you see that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Better. Okay. Can everyone still read it?
Oh my God! I'm going to have to move you guys now.
Okay.
Try something else, Jono. Let's see if we can make it. Can we make the text bit slightly bigger?
We could, yeah.
Not asking much here.
No. No demands. It's okay. So there we go. Zoom. How's that? 110?
That's good.
Yeah? Does that work for everyone?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving swiftly on to number 2. I think it's Iona.
Your awareness is not the ego's, and that is why the ego is against you.
So remember, ego is the belief in separation.
Oh, thank you. Your belief is not the belief in, your awareness. Oh Lord, it's only chapter 2, and it's already feeling late. Your awareness, not the belief in separations, and that is why the belief in separation is against you. What seems to be the fear of love is really the fear of your own reality. It is impossible to learn anything consistently in a state of panic. If the purpose of this course is to help you remember what you are, and if you believe what you are is fearful, then it must follow that you will not learn this course. Yet the reason for the course is that you do not know what you are. Oh my God.
Okay, I want to unpack that.
Wow. These first two sentences, my awareness is not the belief in separations. So I have a separate will. So I have a separate will to that of the belief in separation, and that is why belief in separation is against me. What seems so I have my separate awareness, which was the awareness that I created in being separate from pure formless awareness, God.
So this creates, once we go into the belief in separation, it creates another awareness.
Yes.
Or consciousness. He uses consciousness is the domain of separation.
Right, got it.
Okay, so we created another awareness, and let's call it consciousness. You call we made up a consciousness of separation based on a belief in separation.
The consciousness of separation.
And he defines it as, he calls it consciousness, not awareness. It's a consciousness of separation. That consciousness, and a lot of people say that's higher consciousness, but that consciousness is ultimately not true. Outside of that consciousness, totally outside of the belief in separation, because the belief in separation doesn't exist, and so any consciousness based on that belief must be illusory. Outside of that consciousness lies true awareness, lies your pure formless awareness, which is what he's pointing us to. That's pure formless awareness, that's God, that's love, that's oneness. Okay. Completely outside of this system of thought based on separation.
I think I was just getting there into this other bit. Yeah, just go back to the text again and let me have a go. What seems to be the fear of love is really the fear of my own reality, the reality that I have created, my illusory separation that I created, my belief in being separate from my source, the love, the pure formless awareness. And I'm terrified because I've done this all myself. Right.
So we're terrified of our own belief.
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense, because if it's your belief, why don't you just drop the belief? This is what he's saying. Like, you're terrified of this belief in separation, but who's believing it? Your mind's believing it and giving it its power. So you're terrified of your own belief, which is an insane position to be in.
Yeah.
How can you be terrified of your own belief? Just stop believing it. This is the way out.
So everything's nuts and I'm in a state of panic. Impossible to learn anything consistently. Yeah.
Remember this all got created, the world, the Big Bang projection outwards into a physical universe was created by panic.
Yes. It
wasn't some divine creation. It was blind panic that created this, which is that's right. Well, imagine the mind going completely insane, going, oh my God, I've just destroyed perfect oneness. This is terrible. What am I going to do? Then the belief in separation says, oh, follow me. We're going to run away. Just whatever. Get away from this. This is going to destroy you. It's going to strike you blind. Run away into and I'll show you where to go. And massive explosion outwards. We literally went out of our minds. And we still are out of our minds, clearly, because we're in bodies. And all of this is what led to the miscreation of the universe. Panic, blind panic, trying to escape from the wrath, the seeming vengeance of God. We decided to run away into this place where we could hide away from God.
So where did the initial idea of panic begin?
Well, so this is the sequence. Tiny mad idea of separation, right? Ooh, what if I was separate?
So just the question, what if?
Yes, exactly. Just a kind of a wondering.
So just
what if?
a pondering.
What if I could
so
be something else?
Yeah.
Just what if?
Yeah.
Initially, that's not particularly fearful. That's just like kind of interesting. I've only ever known pure formless awareness, perfect oneness. Now suddenly some other idea pops in. It's like, okay, interesting, curious. The mind goes, that could be an interesting idea. Let's follow it. Okay. So now we follow the tiny mad idea and we start to believe in it. We go, oh, that's interesting. I actually want it now. See, then what develops is desire. I actually want my own idea. Oh, this could be really interesting. It could be really much more attractive than oneness because I could have my own identity. Very interesting. So now the mind's starting to get attached, you see. So now we have desire developing. Because before this, the tiny mad idea, there's no such thing as desire. You just are what you are. You don't desire to be anything else. There's only that state of awareness. So now desire develops. So that's the first stage of attachment. Now I'm starting to believe in this. You see, desire makes it a belief. It makes it real, doesn't it, in your mind?
Mm-hmm.
So now the belief starts to grow in separation. Oh, I desire it. I want it. So I believe in it. I believe in it because I want it. And the more I want it, the more I believe in it. Oh, okay. So now we're starting to get the belief in separation really arising. Now it's starting to get some power, some traction. Now we go, oh, actually, I really want my own identity. This is a great idea. And so the mind takes another step down the ladder of separation. I could actually be an individual self. I could make my own choices. I don't have to be perfectly one anymore. I can be my own self. Wow, that's very attractive now. So the belief starts to get going, and now it gets nasty. Then we go, oh my God, but I've just destroyed oneness. In order to be separate, I have to obliterate oneness from my belief. I cannot have my own identity and also be oneself. You see? So now we have guilt that develops. Started off by an innocent wondering, then a whole lot of desire, and now belief starts to generate. And now we've got a kind of separate identity named sin. Separate identity named. There we are. So now I name it, and well, in order to have this, I must be guilty of the ultimate sin, which is destroying oneness. I've destroyed oneness in order to create this separate self. In order to continue believing in the self, which I want, I must believe that I've destroyed oneness. So the price for all of this is guilt. This is the ego's price for the identity that it's given you. You must feel guilty and you must feel sinful. And guilt and sin demand punishment. Because I've done something terrible. So now I must fear the punishment. False expectation appearing real. I must fear. But really, I'm fearing my own belief. That's what I'm fearing, because this is all made up in my own mind. There is no fearful, wrathful, vengeful God outside of me. That's just my own invention. Actually, the true God of love is completely unaware of this. Your pure formless awareness remains untouched by any of this madness. And it has no desire to punish you or judge you. It simply sits there waiting for you to return your awareness to it and let go of all of these crazy ideas that you've
Jono, if we just go back to the idea of we had the tiny mad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it that had the tiny mad idea?
Well, an illusory self, an illusory part of your mind has this tiny mad idea, invents a consciousness based on that idea that's not true, creates a whole false reality based on it, and now we think that's what we are. This false idea, manifested in form as human beings, seemingly with our separate identity, seemingly with our world and all of our stuff that goes on in this world, and it's all based on a false idea. It's an illusion, in other words. It's a dream.
And presumably that is helped along its way by a society and parenting that substantiates that sense of false
Yeah, well,
separation.
the whole thing's a setup. Once you go down the track and you end up now in human form, you're born into a body, you're born into a family, into a society. Guess what? Everyone believes in the tiny mad idea. That's how they got here. We wouldn't be here if we hadn't believed in it so fully that it's now taken us all the way down the ladder of separation into a human form, living in as a human life, seemingly quite helpless and enervated and little, with limitation, lack, loneliness, suffering, and death, just a part of life. We accept that that's normal in this world, and everyone believes it. And you're born into it. You're born into the matrix. And the ones who question it and say, no, maybe this isn't true, are then seen as somehow dangerous and rebels. And no, you need to be put back in your box, because we don't question. This is true. The ego's world is true, and this whole world is true, and the belief in separation is true, and we don't question this, because if we question it, the entire thought system, the ego knows this, will collapse. If you go to the core of it and you say, but maybe none of it's true, maybe the tiny mad idea that sponsored all of this is not true, then everything that comes from it must fall apart and be revealed as untrue and an illusion. And that's what the Course is saying. That's what Jesus is saying.
And so that's what happened to Byron Katie then when she just gone to the pits, right? And she woke up out of it dramatically.
Yeah, she just saw through the whole thing. She went, this is just a construct of separation. I see that it's all false. And that outside of this, there's another awareness. And that awareness just comes into her awareness. And she's seeing now, perceiving from that awareness and seeing everything with fresh eyes because of that.
I think the brain twister in this is the idea that we had this desire to, this little idea that maybe we could do it ourselves. And there's something in the logic that goes, I had this idea, but then the question arises, well, who is the I? And you're kind of in a certain direction when you ask that question. You're in a certain direction when you ask the question, who is the I? And
there is no I. See, this is the fantasy. Just think of it, maybe think of it this way, John. It's just an idea. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's a tiny mad idea. That's what it says. It's a tiny mad idea of separation. It's an idea. That's all it is. It has no substance. It has no reality. It's an idea that is false.
Which I think is helped if we see ourselves. The analogy is having a dream where we are convinced that we are doing something. Then we wake up and we see that actually we weren't doing it. It was just.
We've all had that, haven't we? You've had a dream. You go, oh, we wake up. Oh, thank God that was only a dream, because it was getting a bit hectic, and stuff was happening that I didn't like. Oh, okay, it was only a dream. So did it ever really happen? It was purely a mental. It was an experience that was happening completely in my mind. So you're saying, well, how do you know that this isn't exactly the same thing? It seems to be more real because you've got all these physical senses that make it very real, but it's not.
It's the idea of the dream that helps me understand the concept and kind of get it. What I'm not understanding is why we would fear what we had created. So we've created a dream. Why would we then be fearful of what we've created?
Well, because look at what this thing does, right? You create separation. The consequences of separation are guilt and sin, fear, false expectation of punishment appearing real. So we now invent a false God. We invent something that's going to come and punish us for our sin, because that's what sin demands. But that's invented. This is entirely in our own mind. It's a false idol. It has no reality at all. But we believe it has a reality because the ego demands it. The belief in separation demands punishment. Must happen. So then we have to believe that there's some entity outside of ourselves that's going to punish us. And then we invent God in our own image. The fearful, wrathful, vengeful God is completely made up from the belief in separation. It has no substance in reality. It's part of the whole construct. This is the ego's God. And that's very fearful for us. If you believe that this is real, then you're going to be in fear. So, but we actually, the truth is, we're fearing our own belief in separation, because that's where it comes from.
But if we're lost in the ego, we don't have the awareness to see that we're doing it to ourselves.
Yeah, it doesn't want you to recognize what you're doing to yourself, because that's, of course, it's undoing. If you see, well, hang on, I'm beating my head against a brick wall here, and I'm blaming the wall, but actually it's me who's doing it, then I'll stop doing it. I go, okay, well, let me not do it anymore because it's hurting and I'm suffering, and this doesn't make any sense. But if it's telling you that it's the wall doing it to you, and you have nothing to do with it, you're the victim of the wall, then it's in business, isn't it? Then the victim identity is perpetuated. You think there's an external world. You don't think you actually have a mind. You think you're a body and you're just a victim of whatever's happening to you, rather than someone who's believing in this and actively creating this for yourself. We are making up this reality. We're creating this reality for ourselves by continuing to believe in separation. So Jesus is saying, look, just remember, like, this is the problem. You believed in separation, and all of your pain and suffering and sickness and death and whatever you're experiencing here is coming from one mad belief. So let it go.
So we have the mad belief, and then we try and reinforce that, and become more and more invested in it, and then as we become more invested in it, but in the back of our minds, we know that we've denied God, or we know that it is okay. So we become invested in it, but then we start to see that it doesn't work.
Yeah, very quickly we see it doesn't work.
So when we see it doesn't work, we constantly find another way of trying to make it work.
Yeah, we try and make the construct work. We say, okay, well, this seems to be the case. I'm a victim, but if I make more money, let's say, or if I find my a soulmate, or if I improve my health, or if I do something in the world that's going to make my life better. And so then the ego says, well, okay, go do that. Go find a magic solution to the problem, right? You're going to try to fix the problem on the level of the world. And ultimately, you're not fixing anything because you're still believing in separation. And the problem is separation. You cannot, significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them, said Einstein. Very wisely. He started to understand this stuff. You can't solve the problem of separation at the level of the separation, clearly, because the problem is the separation, which is taking you down into another level of mind. And all your problems exist at that level because belief in separation seems to be true here. And it seems to be unquestioned. You see, the society we're born into doesn't teach us to question this belief and say, hang on, like, what's really going on here? It teaches us to accept the belief, well, this is just how it is. I'm born into a body, I'm human, I have a name, it gives you a name, it gives you an identity, you have a history, you have a, social identity number, ID number, passport, and all this kind of stuff. That's who you are. And that's what it tells you. And if you start questioning that, the society tells you you're mad. You're crazy. You're like, no, you are that. Just accept that, you are human. That's what we all are. But the enlightened ones, they question it and they say, well, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not a body. Maybe I'm not a form identity. Maybe I'm beyond all of this. And if you really ask for the answer, you'll see that you are beyond it, because this awareness still exists in you. and it will teach you, it will show you that the belief in separation is not true, and it's just a crazy idea which you don't need to believe in anymore. And that's your salvation.
Just following the diagram, John, going round clockwise.
Yeah.
I understand the thought of separation, which is an illusion.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the creation of the ego. I understand the individuality, the separate identity.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm not getting is why we then suffer the guilt for destroying.
Okay. So, well, why do you think?
Well,
I
I can understand that there's guilt there, but if
Mhm.
we're lost in the ego, then we're not going to see that guilt. We're just going to hide it.
But we're not.
We're still going to feel it, though. We can experience it.
Okay. So.
Inevitably.
Okay.
And then what we do, you see, we don't want to accept it.
Okay. Just give me a second. So we are going to feel it because it's coming through from our real being.
What? The guilt?
There is a recognition through our real being that we have done wrong, that we are guilt.
No, that's not true at all. Because our real being doesn't even acknowledge that we've done wrong. There's no sin in pure formless awareness. It doesn't.
So where does this guilt come from?
Well, it comes
of paragraph 2. Your will is not the ego's. So my awareness is not the ego's. And that is why the ego or awareness or belief in separation is against me. So there's a separate thing. I think maybe you were off the call then, where I created a consciousness in separation, an illusory consciousness in separation.
Which paragraph are you looking at?
Number 2.
Number 2, yeah.
Sentence.
Your will is not the ego's. No. That is why the ego is against you. So your will is not the belief in separations will. Your awareness is not the belief in separations. That is why the belief in separation is against you. Okay? So it's like the idea creates another consciousness in your mind. It's like a little domain that now believes in separation, and that's become its default belief. It defines it and defines the reality that it then invents.
So when it says your will is not the ego's, that means your true will. You could put that with a capital W. Your will is not the ego's. I understand that. I understand that. That is why the ego is against it. I understand that.
So guilt is inevitable. And you see that?
No.
We experience guilt, because in order to believe this, in order to have a separate identity and a separate consciousness, we must believe that we have destroyed God or love or oneness. Okay? Oneness and separation don't coexist. The one denies the other. So if I believe I've really pulled this off, I really am separate, and oneness is nowhere, I've obliterated, I've destroyed it, then I've committed the ultimate sin. This is the original sin. I've done this terrible thing. It's really awful, and I'm feeling the guilt for it, and I don't know how to deal with it now. So the ego tells you, well, project it onto someone else. That's how it tries to get rid of it. So you're not.
I understand that, John. I understand that. It's this bit of connecting with guilt. Can we just go back to the text again?
Yeah.
So your will is not the ego's. I understand that. And that's why the ego is against you. Okay. So if I've created this separate self and I'm enjoying it in my ego, why would I then suffer guilt? Because I'm enjoying myself in the ego.
You're not really.
Okay. Okay. But just bear with me.
Yeah.
I'm having, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Right? It's a bit random. So where am I going to get the guilt from? Because I can just carry on seeking. finding a better answer.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I get guilt?
Well, it's a deep metaphysical guilt that arises because in order to exist, in order for the ego to exist, it must believe that it's destroyed love or oneness.
That's the bit I'm trying to connect with.
Well, for the belief in separation to exist, then the belief in oneness can no longer exist. Oneness is not there if separation is true. It's one or the other. So then this terrible feeling of I've actually totally messed this up. I really have destroyed oneness. This is actually awful. I'm feeling terribly guilty. I don't know what to do with the guilt because this is totally unknown now to the mind. The mind's never experienced this before. It's now experiencing guilt and then the fear of punishment. Oh my God, I've done this, and God himself is going to punish me. All of which is invented. It's not true. But this is now what's going on in the mind. And now in a state of blind panic, it invents an external world to run away into, which was how the Big Bang came into being. And why this whole universe is laced with sin and guilt and fear. They're in our reality all the time. Anytime you see any accusation, blame, attack, fear, anger, hatred, all these things that we see so often in this world, well, that's the thought system of guilt showing us its ugly face. But it's a deep metaphysical guilt that most people are not even aware of because they've covered it over. Remember, at every level here, you forget. But the ego maintains its existence because we forget. It's like a veil of amnesia comes over the mind, and we forget this step. Oh yeah, we forget that we chose oneness, that we chose separation. We forget that now this guilt is there. So it's very deeply buried in our mind. And this whole path is about saying, well, you got to become aware of it again, aware of what it is, aware of the metaphysics of it, aware of it. It's really coming from a very deep-seated belief in your own mind, but it's just a belief in your own mind. It's not true. The guilt is as illusory as the idea of separation, because it's a consequence of the idea of separation. But if the idea is not even true, then how can the guilt be true? It's not true. It's false. So it can be let go of. Does that help? Does it make it any easier to?
No, I've still got the same question.
Why does guilt arise?
Yeah. I mean, I can understand that if you're logical about it, if you can see what's going on, then you'd get guilt. What I'm struggling with is where's that moment of guilt coming through? I mean, I don't see that connection.
Well, it's on a deep level. In order to exist, the ego has to believe it's destroyed God or love or oneness.
Okay, well, hold it there. Why must it believe that?
Because you can't have separation and oneness at the same time. They contradict each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one bit, just one bit at a time.
Okay.
So you can't have belief in one separate self and oneness.
No, because they contradict each other.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
If I'm one, I can't be separate. And if I'm separate, I can't be one anymore. These are mutually exclusive beliefs that deny each other.
Just to be argumentative in a way, because my mind is going that way. If my ego is convinced in separation, it's not even going to consider oneness.
No, it's trying to deny it. It's told you this is the only truth. Belief in separation is the truth. There's no alternative. And now you have to play by the rules of the belief in separation, which are the rules of this world. And it's tried to deny oneness as much as it possibly can. But it can't actually deny oneness because it's the truth. So it doesn't matter how much it tries to deny it, there's a part of your mind that remains aware of the truth.
That's the bit I'm interested in.
Yeah.
Right? That's where we were 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
That bit of the mind is the real mind.
Yes.
Yes.
That's the awareness of oneness, which is the Holy Spirit.
So that bit of the mind is present all the time, albeit in the background and denied, but it is there continuously.
Yes.
Alongside the ego.
Yeah.
And every now and again, the ego becomes aware of it and pushes it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it doesn't want it, you know. So the awareness of oneness comes into your mind. The ego is going to try and go, no, absolutely not. That's not true. It's going to give you every reason not to listen to it, because it's the denial of itself. So of course it has to do that.
So where does the
oneness is going to undo the belief in separation entirely?
So now we're getting so in order to the guilt thing. Okay, so I've got the awareness of oneness going on. I've got the ego going on, and the ego doesn't want to recognize the awareness of oneness, and somehow it feels guilty for rejecting it.
Yeah. At the very core of its identity, it has to feel guilt because it's based on the denial of oneness.
Because in the core of itself, it knows that it's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it doesn't want to accept that.
It doesn't want to accept that because otherwise it's out of business. Yeah.
It has no existence anymore. So this belief, it's just a belief, just wants to keep itself going somehow in our minds. This is why it seems to have power. It's like a very sticky idea that we thought of, we believed in. Now it's just like the sticky idea that just won't leave us, and it wants to continue and perpetuate itself because it has some kind of existence in our mind. Our minds, by believing in it, give it existence. It doesn't want to go into non-existence. It wants to maintain in our minds. It's like a virus that, you know, it has no real function, but it wants to perpetuate itself. It wants to propagate.
And when you put it this way, when we see it this way, it becomes a very, well, why on earth would you go down that route?
Yeah.
Very feeble.
It's a very insane thought system based on untruth at the core. And you can't make it work. Jesus is telling us, look, you're never going to make what is untrue work. So give it up already. You've been trying this for many, many lifetimes, and it doesn't work. It's never going to work. You know, the only thing that's going to work is the awareness of oneness, because that undoes the belief in separation entirely.
Yeah.
There's no more belief in separation. Well, there's no more ego, there's no more world, and the whole thing disappears into the nothingness that it always was. Does that help, John?
Yes, very much. Yeah, thank you. Because
we've been through this before, but it's like a deeper level of understanding now.
Yeah, it was a different bit of the process I was stuck on before.
Yeah. Do you understand why there's the guilt?
I mean, there's guilt because it's a defense mechanism of the ego. Because if it recognizes pure formless awareness, it's over, it's finished.
Well, the ego is fundamentally guilty for its existence. Do you see the problem?
Yeah.
It was guilty just because it exists.
I mean, it's feeling guilt because it recognizes that it's denied God, for want of a better word.
And it thinks it's actually destroyed it, which is of course a delusion because you can't, but that's its belief. And so now guilt keeps the ego's separate identity intact. Guilt underpins it all. So if you get rid of the guilt and say, I'm not actually guilty for doing anything because I didn't do anything. The belief in separation is not true.
Yeah.
It never really happened. That's the ego's whole undoing, you see. Which is what this letting go of forgiveness process is. It's just like it never really happened. So you're not guilty of anything because the belief never happened. The tiny mad idea never happened. None of its consequences are true. It's all not true. And you are still what you are. You are still perfect love or pure formless awareness and nothing else.
So, Jono.
Yeah.
That was great, John. I really enjoyed that. So is it possible to have an awareness of pure formless awareness and just be really in the body? We're not denying the body here.
Yeah, it is. Because the body is then seen. If you read, I don't know if you read the last couple of sections of the last chapter. The body is as a means or end. The body is a means of communication.
Yeah.
Did you read this? You did.
I did. Yeah.
So, he's saying this is the correct perception of the body. The body's ultimately not true. Ultimately, you're not going to stay in a body because it's not necessary. If you're pure formless awareness, the physical body is not necessary at all. But given the depth of the illusion you've constructed, it's not just going to disappear straight away, right? While you're in the dream, you seem to have a body. So your pure formless awareness can now direct the body, can guide the body to be pretty helpful, to take helpful actions, to help you on your path, to learn, only truth, to teach other people that. The body can be a worthy servant of God or love or the Holy Spirit. The awareness of.
I thought that was a really good lesson actually, about how useful the body can be as a means of communication.
But what he's asking us to do, I think the genius of this course is saying, look, here's the high metaphysics. This is ultimate truth. But he understands that yes, even if you come to ultimate awareness of ultimate truth in this world, you're still going to have a body. You're still going to have stuff going on in the body. You're going to be operating on this level for a while. As long as you maintain a body and you have a human life, then the dream continues. But now the awareness of oneness can reinterpret everything in the dream. So you see it differently. And so don't just go, okay, well, I'm not a body. In fact, he says in chapter 2, denial of the body is a particularly unworthy form of denial.
Yes.
Don't try and deny its existence. It's virtually impossible to do that. He doesn't say impossible. He says virtually impossible. So maybe it is possible. But if you're going to do that and you could go that route, you're probably going to have to pretty much check out of the body and just go into deep meditation for most of your life, which some, in the East, they do that. In the West, it's a different path, isn't it? It's very difficult to do that, to just sit and check out of the body entirely. Okay, well, where are you going to live? How are you going to support yourself? So instead of that, he said, look, I'll give you a path here that's really going to help you to be in the world, but not of the world. Okay, so your awareness is rooted here, but you're able to take that awareness, which is the Holy Spirit, and you're able to reinterpret all of these aspects of the dream correctly. You're able to see it truly, perceive it truly, and you're going to use the body for love and only love, for extending love and teaching love, because that's your only function now in this world of illusion, is to teach people the way out of the illusion, and teach yourself that as well, because as you teach it, you learn it. And so it's actually quite practical. You can really operate this. This is an operating system for living in the world, but in a very different way, living peacefully and happily, and without all the dramas of the ego. That they still maybe tempt you in your life, but you don't go there. You don't accept them. You simply see through them, and you go, no, actually, still only love is true. And so I can let my mental and emotional attachment to these things go. And as I do that, I undermine the belief in separation. I'm no longer believing in it. And it just ceases to become a belief that has any power in my mind or my life. And then I'm free.
Thank you.
The question.
Absolutely brilliant. Is that
okay? Shall we move on to number 3?
Yeah.
But it's good. I mean, this is the point is it's to get into
Yeah.
the deep understanding of, if you can understand the metaphysics and you can really get your head around it, then you've understood the course, and it's like it becomes an operating system that you can work with if you deeply understand it. So it's all good, and you see how each little paragraph points you to the very deepest truth of the course. It points you to the whole truth of the metaphysics of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, number 3 then. John's disappeared, so Sue, will you read that for us?
If you do not know what your reality is, why would you be so sure that it is fearful? The association of truth and fear, which would be highly artificial at most, is particularly inappropriate in the minds of those who do not know what truth is. All this could mean is that you are arbitrarily associating something beyond your awareness with something you do not want. It is evident then that you are judging something of which you are totally unaware. You have set up this strange situation so that it is impossible to escape from it without a guide who does know what your reality is. The purpose of this guide is merely to remind you of what you want. He is not attempting to force an alien will upon you. He is merely making every possible effort within the limits you impose on him to re-establish your own will in your awareness.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? You want to start at the top?
Well, I'm kind of, I feel as though my brain has stopped working.
Okay.
I'm just reading words and they're not sort of meaning anything.
Okay. So start at the top then. Read it again and just go, okay, so what is that saying? Sentence by sentence.
Okay, if you do not know what your reality is, why would you be so sure that it is fearful?
Yeah. It's pretty obvious. If you don't know what it is, how can you be sure that it's a fearful reality? Because you don't even know what it is.
Right. So is he talking about our true reality?
Yeah. What is our reality? Why would you be so sure that it's fearful? So the ego is terrified of reality. It's like, well, hang on, you don't actually know what your reality is. So how can you be so sure that it's fearful? Maybe you're totally wrong. Maybe it's not fearful. So the association of truth and fear is highly artificial, in other words, false at most. It's particularly inappropriate in the minds of those who do not know what truth is. So you don't know what truth is, and then you fear it. Well, that's just crazy because you don't even know what it is. So why would you fear it if you don't even know it? So it's just like this kind of blanket fear of the unknown just because you don't know it. You're saying, well, question that. Why are you fearing it if you don't really know what it is? Maybe it's actually lovely. Maybe it's just amazing, and you're just fearing it, and you don't because you don't understand it. So then, number 3.
All this could mean is that you are arbitrarily associating something beyond your awareness with something you do not want.
Okay.
So you think, because it's something you don't understand, you don't want it.
Yeah, it's a beyond your awareness. So it's the unknown. If you look at the hero's journey quickly, this diagram is the unknown. As we go into this unknown world, and we just fear it because it's unknown. We don't really understand it. It's beyond our awareness. And then we go, oh, this is there be dragons. This is fearful. Well, how would you know unless you go there? Maybe it's not fearful. Maybe it's actually amazing. And your fear is completely artificial because you don't even understand it. How can you fear it if you don't understand it? So he's just trying to like break down the ego's fear of the unknown by the simple logic.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, making sense?
Yep. It is evident then that you are judging something of which you are totally unaware. Okay, same thing.
How can you judge what you're totally unaware of? It doesn't, like, you can't really do that, can you?
You have set up this strange situation so that it is impossible to escape from it without a guide who does know what your reality is.
Right? Hero's journey, guides, helpers, mentors. The only way you're going to escape from this is you need guidance from outside of the known world. You see, the known world that you know isn't going to help you. You need guidance from a consciousness. I won't use the word conscious. From a spirit that is outside of this, and that can show up in many forms as people and whatever, movies, signposts, billboards, anything can be used to give you the message. It's an intelligence, really. It's the spirit of the truth that now comes when you're willing to go beyond the known into the unknown, and beyond the fear that keeps you you're just scared of the unknown because you don't know it. That's what he's saying. So we need the guide. Number 6.
The purpose of this guide is merely to remind you of what you want.
Okay. So the guide is obviously the Holy Spirit, or the awareness of oneness. So the awareness of oneness is reminding us of what we want. Saying what you really want is peace. You want peace, you want love, you want joy. You don't have it now, but I will guide you to experience these things if you follow my way.
He is not attempting to force an alien will upon you. So we shouldn't be afraid of him.
No, because it's your own will. That's it. And there's no forcing. It's just an invitation. It's like, come back to your own true awareness. Just kind of merge into that, sink into that. It's really peaceful, and you'll feel peaceful and happy and calm, but there's no forcing. It's just an acceptance of that he's trying to, the guide's trying to encourage you to go there and accept it.
Is merely making every possible effort within the limits you impose on him to re-establish your own will in your awareness.
If you translate awareness as for will, he's not attempting to force an alien awareness upon you.
Right.
Because actually it's your true awareness. The awareness that the Holy Spirit, the awareness of oneness reminds you of, is your true awareness. Really making every possible effort within the limits you impose, because we set the limits to listening to this voice, to re-establish your own awareness in your awareness. Okay, just be aware of what you really are. Be aware of your own true awareness. Does that make a bit of sense now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, can you summarize it?
So,
Can be a very short summary if you want.
okay, why would we be afraid of something that we don't even understand?
Yay.
Yeah.
You're really good at this stuff.
Yeah. Summary. And actually, all of this Holy Spirit, the awareness of oneness, is trying to do is encourage us to say, just accept your true awareness back. Just accept it. Don't fear it, because your fear is irrational. You don't even understand it. Just be open to accepting it back into your awareness, and it's all going to be fine. You're actually going to find it's really nice. It's peaceful. It's happy. It's loving. It's joyful. If you're just willing to overcome this irrational fear of the unknown.
Yeah.
Good. Well done, Sue. All right. I think it's John up. Number 4, John.
Yeah. You have imprisoned your will beyond your own awareness, where it remains but cannot help you. When I said that the Holy Spirit's function is to sort out the true from the false in your mind, I meant that he has the power to look into what you have hidden and recognize the will of God there.
Okay, you want to do a translation as you go?
You have imprisoned your own will
Your
beyond
awareness.
your own awareness beyond your
You put in an own there that wasn't there, but you've imprisoned your awareness.
okay. Have imprisoned your awareness beyond your own awareness. Okay. Beyond your own awareness, where it remains but cannot help you. When I said that the awareness,
just pause there. Does that make sense?
What it's saying here is that you have imprisoned your own real understanding beyond your own understanding.
Yeah, your own awareness is this. Okay, your own awareness is this invention of separation and the separate self. So that's your own awareness, but your true awareness is imprisoned beyond that. It's still in your mind, but it's in another part of your mind that you've denied. So
yeah. When I said
it cannot help you.
Right here. So when I said that the awareness of oneness's function is to sort out the true from the false in your mind, I meant that it has the power to look into what you have hidden and recognize the awareness of love there. Its recognition of this awareness can make it real to you because it is in your mind and therefore it is your reality. If then its perception of your mind brings its reality to you, it is helping you to remember what you are. The only source of fear in this process is what you think you will lose. Yet, it is only what the awareness of oneness sees that you can possibly have.
Or perceives. You could use perceives instead of sees there. Okay, so does that make sense?
Yeah, I think what it's saying here is that we have imprisoned our real minds beyond. We've closeted away our real minds so as we don't have access to them. And the purpose of the Holy Spirit, the awareness of oneness, is to remind us of that and help us help us understand that we've locked it away and give us clues that we can actually get back to it. It's trying to help us remember who we are.
So the remembrance of this awareness of oneness, the awareness of oneness and remembrance of that is what's going to take you back fully to that awareness, which makes complete sense. You've got to remember it slowly but surely. And then the last couple of paragraphs, last couple of sentences, summarize those.
Yeah, okay, so this is interesting. The only source of fear is that we may be losing something by going back to oneness. But in reality, the only thing that we will, but in reality, the only thing that we can actually have is that which our pure formless awareness brings.
Because this is reality, you see? This is reality and none of this is real. So you're not really losing anything because it was never real.
Yeah.
You're losing an illusion, but the ego has convinced you that it's reality and so that it has some kind of value and substance and meaning. So then you feel like you're losing something and the Holy Spirit's going to be saying, you're not losing anything. This was always nothing. What you're gaining is awareness of what's true and what's really real and what's truly valuable. So you're not losing anything, because what's true and valuable is love, peace, joy. These are eternal states, and nothing the ego has made up has any value compared to that. So there's always a misperception of loss on this journey. Oh, I'm losing stuff that's of value, but that's just not true.
And I think we're often tempted with that when we're letting go of something. You know, there's often a thought of, oh, well, you're going to miss out on that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what letting go seems to be quite hard, because we seem to be losing things that are valuable to us. Really, as he says in the development of trust section, we're just recognizing their lack of value. That's what we're really doing. By letting them go, we're recognizing that actually these things have no true value. But it feels like some kind of loss to the ego. Certainly, the ego is going to react to the Holy Spirit's reinterpretation of its dream with a sense of loss.
Yeah, I think that's
I'm losing stuff. No. I want to hold on to the stuff, and it's all in vain, because actually it's all this entire illusion of time space is quicksand. It's like nothing lost here. Whatever the ego tells you is valuable is going to fade away and be undone.
And I think that's where our internal decision maker comes in, isn't it? Our internal decision maker says, differentiates and says, no, that's just trying to hang on. Let it go.
Yeah. So the Holy Spirit's only job is to get us to be aware of what's true and what's not. As he says here, where does he say? The Holy Spirit's job is to get you to be aware of these two thought systems. Somewhere here, for purpose of judging something, set up a strange situation where it remains. It's to sort out the true from the false. That's in this paragraph. The Holy Spirit's function is to sort out the true from the false in your mind. That's its job, so that we then are able to make accurate decisions, correct decisions. Because if we believe that what's true is false and what's false is true, then obviously our decision making is going to be upside down, isn't it? Okay, happy with number 4?
Yeah, that's good.
Moving swiftly on to number 5. I think it's Lucy again. You're muted, Lucy.
Whoops. I have emphasized many times that the Holy Spirit, or the awareness of oneness, will never call upon you to sacrifice anything. But if you ask the sacrifice of reality of yourself, the awareness of oneness must remind you that this is not pure formless awareness, will or awareness, because it is not yours. There is no difference between your awareness and pure formless awareness. If you did not have a split mind, you would recognize that willing is salvation, because it is communication.
You could translate willing as awareness there.
Awareness, okay.
And awareness is salvation, because it is communication. If you're truly aware of what you are, communicating with everyone and everything in that awareness.
Yeah, because actually the idea of sacrifice is not, it's not in pure formless awareness's dictionary.
No, it doesn't exist. I
It
mean, let's
doesn't
look
actually exist. Yeah.
at this. Like, the idea of sacrifice is purely based on the idea that you've created a false identity.
Yeah.
And you had to sacrifice oneness to do it. That's
Mm-hmm.
where the idea of sacrifice comes from. So the ego's whole identity is based on, well, it's either my identity or it's truth. So I have to sacrifice truth in order to have my identity. So fundamental to its identity is the idea of sacrifice. It was born out of sacrifice. And that's why loss and sacrifice and ultimately death, which is a sacrifice of life, is its reality, because it was born from the idea of sacrifice.
Yeah.
Which of course is not true, because in pure formless awareness, there's no loss. It just is what it is. Also, sacrifice of reality of yourself. The awareness of oneness must remind you that this is not God's will. This is not the awareness of pure formless awareness.
Reality of yourself. So meaning that, but if you ask the sacrifice of reality of yourself, awareness must remind you that this is not pure formless awareness's will.
Because it's
Because
not
it's
yours.
not yours. There's that thing, not yours again. Because there is no reality of yourself to sacrifice. Because
the belief in separation is the sacrifice, is the belief in sacrifice.
Yeah. Sorry, just plugging in. Yeah.
So if you're tempted to believe in the belief in separation, then you're tempted to believe that you're going to sacrifice reality, because this is reality. To believe in separation, you must sacrifice true reality. And the awareness of oneness is simply saying, no, you don't have to do that, because none of this is true. So this is not God's will, right? Your pure formless awareness, God's will, which is also your awareness. This is not sacrifice and belief in separation are not true in that awareness. This is not pure formless awareness.
Yeah.
Because it's not yours. You are that same awareness.
Yeah.
So there is no difference between your will, your awareness, and God's will, pure formless awareness. Your awareness is pure formless awareness. That's all it is. And if you're not able to find, you recognize that that awareness is salvation, because it is communication.
Yeah. Yeah, because you are communicating to the truth of who you are from the thought of separation.
And the thought of separation is simply not there anymore. You have to communicate truly. You cannot communicate truly and be in separation, can you? Commune, look, it's a unity.
Yeah.
Unication.
Unication.
Unication. So it's unifying. The communication is unifying by its nature. Separation is dividing. You cannot believe in separation until you communicate.
Yeah.
And the true communication is just being in this awareness. I'm in the true awareness of myself. I'm in pure formless awareness. Then I communicate with everyone and everything, because they are also in that awareness. That's their true awareness. So communication is creation, as he's told us, is beingness. When I'm in my beingness, then I'm communicating truly. Okay, happy with number 5?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay, number 6.
It is impossible to communicate in alien tongues. You and your source can communicate through extension, because that and only that is your joint awareness. A divided mind cannot communicate because it speaks for different things to the same mind. This loses the ability to communicate simply because confused communication does not mean anything. A message cannot be communicated unless it makes sense. How sensible can your messages be when you ask for what you do not want? Yet, as long as you are afraid of your awareness, that is precisely what you're asking for. The alien tongues, in confused languages, in alien tongues. What does this mean in this context? If I don't have the clarity, if I'm speaking from a false perspective, a miscreated place, then my communication will not be understandable.
Alien tongues. I mean, he's really talking about language here, isn't he? What's an alien tongue? Okay, well, the belief in separation creates bodies, and now we have all these languages, tongues. So there's a name for language. We have these alien tongues that are based on a false idea. We're bodies, and now we have to have words to communicate. And he's saying this isn't true communication at all.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Can communicate through, what did I say for creation? Pardon? Connection. Extension, thank you, because that and only that is my joint awareness with oneness. My divided mind cannot communicate. It speaks for different things to the same mind. To the same mind or of the same mind. It speaks for different things. Wow.
To the same mind.
Yep.
So we have one mind that's speaking of different things, it's got different beliefs to the same mind, which contradict each other.
So I'm contradictory. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't mean anything. I'm not communicating. And then I don't get, and when I ask, I don't get. When you ask for what you do not want, how sensible can your messages be? When you ask for what you do not want, as long as I am afraid of my awareness, that's precisely what I'm asking for. Okay. So I think he's saying here, it's either one thing or the other. You can't divide your mind, because you'll cancel things out. If I'm keeping on asking for many things, nonsensical things, then I'm going to get what I don't want, actually, because I'm afraid of my awareness. Yeah, as long as I'm afraid of my awareness, I'm going to be getting what I don't want.
Which is kind of how the ego works. Be careful of what you want, because you'll get it, but it won't really be what you want. So a classic example of this. I mean, think of all these celebrities that Marisa Peer counseled. And I really want this. I want fame. I want the money. I want the status. They go for it. They get what they thought they wanted, and they didn't really want it. And then they kind of bereft. They're like, well, what do I do now? I've done it all. I thought this was what I wanted, and actually I realized I'm not really happy. So clearly I didn't really want it.
So that is communicating from a divided mind.
Yeah. Cannot really communicate. So our mind is just split. So if your mind is split continuously, then you're not really communicating at all. You're in a separated state. You're not communicating with your brothers or with your source. And the messages in your mind are very confused. On the one hand, we're saying, I want all the stuff. The ego is telling you, no, do this, go get that. That's going to make you happier. This isn't really true communication at all. It's just confusion. And then it actually perpetuates the belief in separation. So there's a lot of fear there.
Yeah.
And then we get what we think we wanted, and we realize we didn't really want it because it hasn't really made us happy. And then we, despair. These celebrities go into despair because I've done this. This should have worked, and it hasn't worked. I'm actually unhappier than ever. So now what? Now what do I do? Because I've done the ego's thought system to, what it's told me to do, to actually success, and it's not really success. I'm actually miserable. So now what? And of course, then, that's the invitation for the spiritual journey to really start. Say, okay, well, now what is you need to let all that go, because that didn't work. You've tried it, so let it all go and just accept that you are enough in love as you are, as you were created. You don't need to do anything. Your being is perfect and by design, by creation. It's not don't have to prove it. And if they get that, then they heal, because they're like, oh, thank goodness, I don't have to prove that I'm worthy and I'm lovable by doing all this stuff anymore. I can give that game up and just accept that I am. I am what I am, and I am lovable. I am enough. And so that's why Marisa Peer's treatment helped, because she's just getting them to accept their true identity again.
So this paragraph is about I and my source can only communicate through extension, because that is our only joint awareness together. Yeah.
And a split mind, a divided mind, just makes no sense at all. It's going to disrupt that. Okay, happy with number 6?
Yeah.
Number 7 then, I think it's Sue.
You may insist that the Holy Spirit does not answer you, but it might be wiser to consider the kind of questioner you are. You do not ask only for what you want. This is because you are afraid you might receive it, and you would. That is why you persist in asking the teacher who could not possibly give you what you want. Of him, you can never learn what it is, and this gives you the illusion of safety. Yet you cannot be safe from truth, but only in truth. Reality is the only safety. Your will is your salvation, because it is the same as God's. Separation is nothing more than the belief that it is different.
Okay, translate the last couple of sentences.
Your awareness is your salvation, because it is the same as pure formless awareness. The separation is nothing more than the belief that it is different.
Stated the case very truly. We'll give a little summary of that.
Yeah, we think that Holy Spirit, or the awareness of oneness, is not speaking to us. And it's because we're not asking the right questions.
So how can you expect the right answer if you're asking the wrong question?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my summary.
First, do not ask only for what you want. What we truly want. This is because you're afraid you might receive it, and you would. Yeah? So if we really asked only for love, then we would receive only that, and the ego is afraid of that. And then we ask the teacher, the ego, the belief in separation. It could not possibly give you what you want. So the ego can't actually give you what you want. Of him, you can never learn what it is. This gives you the illusion of safety. Yeah, we're safe in the ego. We're safe from truth. Because we can never actually learn this. But what a frustrating position to be in. You can never learn the truth. You're never actually gonna learn anything in the ego. It's just spinning you around in a merry dance, and all of this is designed to distract you from the truth. That's what it's doing. And ultimately, that becomes very frustrating and very depressing, doesn't it?
Mm.
It's like, well, what's the point of all this? I'm going nowhere fast. I'm spinning myself around, going nowhere. It's very confusing. I'm not actually getting anywhere. I don't feel like I'm actually achieving anything. And that at a point becomes untenable. You go, I can't do this anymore. It's too painful to do that. And of course, that's when the Holy Spirit gives you the alternative. It says, no, listen to me. You cannot be safe from truth, but only in truth. The idea of the ego is like you're going to be safe from God. We're going to run away, hide from God, and then in this illusion, God is not going to be able to get you and punish you. And yet, of course, the belief in punishment keeps showing up. Guilt, sin, fear, attack, so on keeps showing up in the world. So actually, we couldn't really keep it out. It's now entrenched in the world we've made. Mm-hmm. And Jesus is saying, just give it all up and go return your mind to the Holy Spirit or pure formless awareness, because you cannot be safe from truth, but only in truth. Reality is the only safety. So look, you look at this diagram, honestly, like where else are you going to be safe but here? So the moment you're in this scrum, like anything can happen. It's very unstable. Anything can happen. You're a body, there's other bodies, like it's chaos. Anything can happen at any point, and frequently does. So the only place you can be safe is in truth, which is your true awareness. As he says, your will is your salvation because it is the same as God's. Your awareness is your salvation because it is the same as pure formless awareness. And the separation, I love this. Remember how simple this is. The separation is nothing more than the belief that it is different. That's all it is. The tiny mad idea that your will, your awareness is not pure formless awareness. It's something else. That's all it is. And we've invented a whole big story around that false idea, but it's just not true. So poof, pop the bubble. The belief in separation is simply not true. And when I really see that, I'm back in pure formless awareness, as though nothing ever happened, and the dream is over. Very simple, actually, in principle. But to actually practice this in your life while you're still here, this is the art, isn't it? To master this. The art of letting go. How do you let go of the world and still kind of operate in it for a while? That's what we're training to do here. Okay, happy with number 7?
Yep.
Moving swiftly on to number 8.
No right mind can believe that its will, its awareness is stronger than love's. If then a mind believes that its awareness, its will, is different from that of pure formless awareness, it can only decide either that there is no love, pure formless awareness, or that love's awareness is, love's will, love's awareness is fearful. The former accounts for the atheist and the latter for the martyr, who believes that source, pure formless awareness, demands sacrifices. Either of these insane decisions will induce panic, because the atheist believes he is alone, and the martyr believes that God, love, pure formless awareness is crucifying him. Yet no one really wants either abandonment or retaliation, even though many may seek both. Can you ask pure formless awareness, the Holy Spirit, for gifts such as these and actually expect to receive them? He cannot give you something you do not want. When you ask the universal giver for what you do not want, you are asking for what cannot be given because it was never created. It was never created because it was never your will for you.
Okay, unpack that. Maybe translate the last couple of sentences.
Yeah, when you ask universal giver, source, pure formless awareness, for what you do not want, you are asking for what cannot be given because it was never created. It was never created because it was never your awareness, your will for you.
Created to be extended. It was never extended. Because how can, look at it like this way, creation is extension, right? How can pure formless awareness, perfect love, extend to the belief in separation? It cannot. This belief denies it. So there's no extension. Extension is blocked by that belief.
Yeah.
So your awareness was never extended to separation. Separation denies this awareness and is now the opposite. And you've made an opposite will. And your job now is to extend the will of love into this part of your mind that believes in separation and undo the belief. So that all that's left is the awareness of oneness. And this was never your will. It was never your awareness for you. This was never what you really wanted. That's what he's saying. The tiny mad idea that you believed in was never what you wanted. It wasn't actually what you desired. You may have thought you did, but look at what the result is. Clearly you were wrong. Because look at where it's put you. The desire for a separate identity has put you into an impossible situation as a human being, seemingly living in a crazy world. So it was never really your will. It was never your true desire. So give it up then. It was never your will for you, then give it up and accept that there's only one will, which is the will of God, or the will of pure formless awareness for you. Okay, anything else? There's a bit here about the martyr, the atheist. You understand that?
Well, in the sense of the martyr is looking for the atheist. I think the interesting thing is that the atheist believes he is alone, and the martyr believes that God is crucifying him.
So those are both beliefs in separation and just playing out in different forms.
Yeah.
Atheist believes he's alone. Well, that's very clear. Alone in the world. There's no creative source. I'm on my own. I've made up myself, basically, and now I'm responsible for trying to kind of make head or tail of what's going on. The martyr believes that God is crucifying him. So remember that this belief in the ego must believe. You must believe in a fearful, wrathful, vengeful God that's now crucifying you. So the martyr would simply expect that, believe that that's true overtly. The atheist would deny this, say this is all a load of rubbish, but the atheist would feel abandoned and so feel alone and in some way rejected by something. And both of these decisions will induce panic. Fear. And so no one really wants these gifts. And can you really expect the Holy Spirit, the awareness of oneness, to give you gifts such as these? He cannot give you these gifts because you don't really want them. So when you ask for these gifts, then you're asking for what cannot be given. So kind of this explains why prayer, I'm praying to the Holy Spirit, but I'm saying to the Holy Spirit, well, Holy Spirit, fix this problem, heal my sickness, bring me abundance in money, whatever you want on the level of form. And you're actually asking for what you do not want in that situation. Therefore, you're asking for what cannot really be given, because how can the awareness of truth give you what's false? Cannot. Possible. So this is why so many prayers to the so-called Holy Spirit don't work. They're really prayers to the ego, songs of praise to the ego, Jesus calls them, which are nothing. You're praying to nothing, to ask for nothing. Well, this is not a sensible use of your mind when you realize what you're doing. As he says, the true prayer is for forgiveness. That's what it is. True prayer is only to see it truly and let it go, and open your mind to the truth of what you really are. Because in that, everything's given. You don't need the trinkets of the world when you have total love. That's all you truly want. So the true prayer is for letting go, so that you can restore your mind to what's truly valuable.
Restoration of your mind.
Okay, happy with number 8. Any questions, Iona?
I just had to lie down. I was so tired.
Okay. So we 5 paragraphs to go. See if we can persevere. So number 8, happy with?
Yeah.
Okay, number 9. Moving swiftly on, I think it's Lucy again. You muted again, Lucy.
Ultimately, everyone must remember the awareness of pure formless awareness, because ultimately everyone must recognize himself. This recognition is the recognition that his awareness and pure formless awareness are one. In the presence of truth, there are no unbelievers and no sacrifices. In the security of reality, fear is totally meaningless. To deny what is can only seem to be fearful. Fear cannot be real without a cause, and pure formless awareness is the only cause. Awareness of love is love. Awareness is love. And you do want it. This is your awareness. Ask for this and you'll be answered, because you will be asking only for what belongs to you. So, believing in truth means you're neither a martyr nor an atheist. So therefore, you do not need to feel abandoned and alone, or you do not believe that you're being crucified. And so in the truth of reality, there is a safety, and fear is no longer necessary. It doesn't hold any water. To deny what is, to deny what is can only seem to be fearful. Okay. So by just turning that awareness away, by just turning away from that awareness of love, brings up the sense of fear, or can bring up the sense of fear. But it's not real, it's a seeming fear. Awareness or love is the only cause, because fear is not real. Fear does not exist. It's not a cause in itself. It's not a cause.
Well, belief in separation is not true. Remember, fear is seemingly caused by the belief in separation. You look at the logic of it. As you go down the ladder, guilt, the individual self believes in itself, therefore it must feel guilty for this apparent sin of destroying God or love or oneness. And then it fears, which is simply a false expectation of punishment appearing real. But it's not, because the cause, which is the belief in separation, is not true.
Yeah.
So how can fear be true then? Like, as he's saying, God is the only cause. Right? Pure formless awareness is the only cause, because that's what's true. That's what's real.
Yeah. Awareness is love, and that's just what you want. Because it belongs to you. It's yours. Because you and God or love are one. Are one.
It's your
So
awareness. This is your awareness.
So you're asking for your
awareness is your awareness. It can't be simpler. That's your true awareness.
So you're just asking for what belongs to you. You're just asking for that back. You're just saying that's that's mine. Actually, I'll just have that back.
And only that. So it has to be an exclusive choice, because you can't have anything in the world and also have that. The world denies that. So this is the choice we ultimately have to make.
Yep.
I can't fudge it and say, well, yes, I'd like the good things here, and I'll also have pure formless awareness. Ultimately, we must relinquish all of it. And no, it's all illusion. It doesn't mean I can't be in the world and not of the world for a while. But I'm not attaching to any of it. It's like, well, whatever it is, good. It seems to be good, pleasant, pleasurable, painful. It's all the same. It's all nothing. There's all forms of nothing that seem to be something. I get it. So now the deeper awareness, my pure formless awareness, love, comes through and simply carries me wherever I go. Love is with me. It doesn't matter what's happening externally. The same love and the same peace and the same joy is always with me. And I perceive only that, because that's what's in me. That's the truth. So now I become invulnerable and I become the light of the world, because that is now how I see everything. And there's nothing else in my awareness. So this is the inside out perception from the Holy Spirit that he's trying to train us to do. Okay, thanks. Good summary. Any questions on number 9?
Not for me.
Happy? Iona?
Yeah.
Fine. When you ask the awareness of oneness for what would hurt you, it cannot answer, because nothing can hurt you. So you are asking for nothing. Any wish that stems from the belief in separation is a wish for nothing. And to ask for it is not a request. It's merely a denial in the form of a request. The awareness of oneness is not concerned with form, being aware only of meaning. The belief in separation cannot ask the awareness of oneness for anything, because there is complete communication failure between them. Yet you can ask for everything of the awareness of oneness, because your requests to it are real, being of your right mind. Would the awareness of oneness deny the awareness of love? And could it fail to recognize it in its extension? Yeah.
Okay. Unpack that a bit.
Yeah. So if I ask awareness of oneness, what will hurt me? That awareness of oneness cannot reply. There is no reply, because it's only aware of pure formless awareness, where nothing can hurt me. So I'm wasting my time. It's an idea, a wish that's come from my belief in separation. So it's nothing, and to ask for it is not a request. It's
Denial.
Yeah. Dressed up as a request.
So that's quite profound, really. You think about all the requests we make, all the desires that we think we have.
Yeah.
This is most people's version of prayer. Oh God, please help me with this. Please help me with a better job, more money, better partner, whatever it is. It's
Uh-huh.
actually denial in the form of a request. You're actually denying God and asking God for help. Well, of course that's not going to work. It's totally contradictory in its nature.
So when we ask for
prayer
money,
in a conventional sense doesn't work.
so when we ask for money, oh, please let me win 2 million.
Yeah, yeah.
That is from the belief in separation. But the belief in separation can't ask the awareness of oneness for anything because there's no communication between them. The awareness of oneness does not recognize ego, separation.
So it's actually a denial. You're asking for these things. These desires are actually denying the truth, which is why the Buddha noticed that desire is the source of all suffering. Because in your desire, you are denying the truth of your true nature.
Yeah.
And you're denying yourself nirvana, the state of pure formless awareness. In every desire, you're denying it.
So
that's why it's the source of all suffering. You keep suffering. You keep denying your true awareness in the form of these ridiculous requests that the ego keeps making.
So, yeah, I can ask for everything of awareness of oneness because my requests are real, because I'm asking from my right mind. I'm extending. Yeah. Would the awareness of oneness deny the awareness of love? ? And could it fail to recognize it in me, the extension of love? That's a rhetorical question.
If it's a remembrance, the Holy Spirit's a remembrance of pure formless awareness, how can it deny what it's remembering? It's designed to help you remember it. That's why it's the remembrance of that awareness. And you skipped a sentence there. The Holy Spirit is not concerned with form, being aware only of meaning.
Oh yeah. Not concerned with form. Not confirmed.
Make sense?
No.
Okay.
Wow, I've just gone blank here. Not concerned with form.
So look at our diagram. So why would the Holy Spirit be concerned with form? Remember, form is a projection of the belief in separation.
Yeah.
Any form is the mind going insane, going out of its mind, projecting the ideas out of its mind to create form. That's.
So is it that the Holy Spirit doesn't recognize the oh, the word's gone again. I'm really getting tired. It recognizes the meaning though.
So exactly, the meaning behind everything is love. Meaning is this awareness. That's what gives everything its meaning. So it's not concerned with the forms or the projection of a false belief, because it clearly sees these are meaningless. Nothing I see means anything. It's concerned with the true meaning, which is love. So in every form, what underlies it is this presence, this love, this oneness. That's the true meaning of it. And if you see that meaning, then you restore your mind to an awareness of oneness through whatever it is you're perceiving. That's the only meaning it has.
So just to reiterate, the awareness of oneness can see past the form and only sees the meaning, which is of pure love.
And it will reinterpret every situation according to that.
Oh yeah.
The only meaning, let's say it's a situation that's challenging you. So Lucy just had that in the ego, that just seems to be, well, why is this happening? It's really inconvenient. There's conflict. And in that perception, there's no meaning, because it's just making the belief in separation real, and it's all pretty awful. And that's just a meaningless world then. But the Holy Spirit reinterprets that and says, no, this is designed to help you to let go of your belief in separation.
Of course, I've got it. Yeah, thank you.
And only recognize the true meaning, which is coming from love. And so then you restore your mind to love, the awareness of pure formless awareness in that situation, and you've learned to drop away the belief in separation and restore your mind to love in the situation. That's its only meaning. So it's not the form, it's always the true meaning.
Okay.
What's the content of it? The content of it is, well, this is designed to teach me love. That's what it's designed to do, even if it seems quite the opposite.
Yes.
In fact, the things that are the most opposite, that are the most challenging, are the ones that are most designed to teach you love.
Yeah.
So there's a paradoxical relationship between
Got
truth
it.
and illusion, because the bigger the illusion, then the bigger the shift if you drop it and say, okay, well, actually, I was really triggered, I was really tempted, but I did let it go, and then I find a corresponding release into love, and I go, oh wow, that's just amazing. The sense of freedom that comes after you've had a deep ego attack, and the contrast with like pure formless awareness and the peace is so profound that you go, wow, I really see the difference, and I've learned a huge amount through that experience, which is the only meaning of the situation. Okay,
Yeah.
happy with number 10?
Mm.
Any questions on that? Swiftly on then to number 11.
Do not recognize the enormous waste of energy you expend in denying truth. What would you say of someone who persists in attempting the impossible, believing that to achieve it is to succeed? The belief that you must have the impossible in order to be happy is totally at variance with the principle of creation.
Extension.
Extension, the principle of extension. God, pure formless awareness, could not will that happiness depended on what you could never have. The fact that pure formless awareness is love does not require belief, but it does require acceptance. It is indeed possible for you to deny facts, although it is impossible for you to change them. If you hold your hands over your eyes, you will not see, because you are interfering with the laws of seeing. If you deny love, you will not know it, because your cooperation is the law of its being. You cannot change laws you did not make, and the laws of happiness were created for you, not by you.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? Can you give us one of your brilliant succinct summaries?
I'll try. Well, God is not going to give us, pure formless awareness is not going to give us what we're asking for, because we're asking for the impossible.
I'm
interested in number 8. If you deny love, you will not know it, because your cooperation is the law of its being.
Okay. Do you not understand what he's saying?
No. You cannot change laws you did not make, and the laws of happiness were created for you, not by you.
So your cooperation is the law of its being, because love is one. So it requires your cooperation, right? You must operate the law of love as well in your mind. And that's the law of its being. It will be in your mind when you operate its law.
Right.
Because if you deny it, then how can you have it in your awareness if you deny it? I mean, it's pretty self-evident. You must accept it into your awareness in order for it to have any relevance for you. If you deny it, then it's as though it was not there for you. Not change laws you did not make. Okay? So fortunately, the ego is convinced you have changed these laws, but actually you can't really. Laws of happiness were created for you, not by you. So happiness is love. I mean, as I said earlier, the research shows that the happiness is love. So when you love, then you'll be happy. If you want to block love, then you're going to be unhappy. That's a law you cannot change. You think you can be happy and not love, you're mistaken. You cannot. It's a fundamental law. So all he's asking us to do is accept this fundamental law, and then happiness must come. Happiness must alight upon us.
Yeah. Okay.
So fortunately, these laws still remain even though we've denied them. We simply have to accept them back. So we hold our hands over our eyes. It's a good analogy. Then you go, oh, you know, the light isn't there. No, the light's still there. You just block the light by holding your hands over your eyes.
Yeah.
There, you just can't see it. But it's that doesn't mean it's not there. And just in your awareness, it's not there. So that's exactly what we've done with the light of truth, pure formless awareness. We've denied it, blocked our eyes, and gone, no, I don't want to see it. So therefore, then it's not there for me. But it always is there, and you simply have to accept it back into your awareness. Open your eyes, and then you'll see it. Stop blocking it. It's, you know, another way of saying just let go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. And then the first bit, do you understand what he's saying there? First three, 4 sentences.
Do not recognize the enormous waste of energy, expand, denying truth.
Do you understand why we persist in attempting the impossible? So from the belief in separation, we go, oh, I'm a victim, I'm not very happy, but if I do this, I get this, then I'll be happy. And so we believing magic is the belief in the impossible. Well, you know, when I get whatever it is we desire, when I get the new car, when I get more money, when I get a better job, when I get a special relationship that I really want, then I'll be happy. And Jesus is saying this is impossible. We persist in attempting the impossible, believing that to achieve it is to succeed. So we go, this is going to make me happy. And he's saying, no, it's just impossible, because the ego is never going to make you happy.
Mm.
The belief that you must have the impossible in order to be happy is totally at variance with the principle of extension. So all of these things that the ego has made up are impossible. The belief that you must have what's impossible is actually denying the extension of love into your mind. It's another way of saying what he said here. You know, your desire is actually a denial of the truth. It's merely a denial in the form of a request. You ask for all these things to make you happy, and you're actually denying the truth in the process.
And we put a huge amount of energy into doing that.
Yeah. That's in fact, if you're not on a spiritual path, a genuine one, and you're starting to listen to the Holy Spirit, that's what everyone's engaged in doing in this world. Is denying the truth in the form of all of the desires of the ego. So, no, I want this, and all they're doing is denying their true self and attempting to achieve the impossible. Because the happiness isn't, the assumption the ego's given you is that when you get these things, you'll be happy. That's kind of the unquestioned assumption of it, isn't it? I will do this, and then you'll be happy. Well, maybe that's what Jesus is saying. This is clearly not true. It's not going to make you happy. You're seeking to be happy in an impossible way. It's never going to work. And this is just an enormous waste of time and energy. So give it up.
Yeah.
So God could never will that happiness dependent on what you could never have. So how could it be God's will that in order to be happy, you have to have all kinds of illusions that don't even exist? Clearly, that makes no sense. Which is why desiring anything in form is not God's will. Because God's will is pure formless awareness. It's formless. There is no form to it. Okay, happy with number 11? Any questions on that? I think we've explored that.
Any attempt to deny what is must be fearful. And if the attempt is strong, it will induce panic. Willing against reality, though impossible, can be made into a very persistent goal, even though you do not want it. But consider the result of this strange decision. You are devoting your mind to what you do not want. How real can this devotion be? If you do not want it, it was never created. If it were never created, it is nothing. Can you really devote yourself to nothing? I think it's pointing out the futility of following the ego's route here.
To continually ask for what you don't really want. Devoting your mind to what you do not want, how real can this devotion be? If you do not want it, it was never created. Because it was a false desire. You don't really want it. You don't really want the belief in separation. You thought you did, but you don't really. So your desire brought it into some kind of existence. Well, it's just a false desire. You actually never really wanted it. If you never really wanted it, then the tiny mad idea never really happened. You never really wanted to be separate, so there's no desire for it anymore. The whole thing drops away, and you're back in pure formless awareness. So it was never created or extended, right? Use extended there. Maybe read 6 and 7 again.
If you do not want this, it was never extended. If it were extended, it is nothing.
If it were never extended.
If it were never extended.
Yeah. So it was never extended from pure formless awareness, right? The thoughts of separation was never an extension of this. It's not related to it at all. It's in fact the opposite. It's a delusion. So it was never created or extended, so it's nothing. If it's not extended from pure formless awareness, it's nothing. Just a false belief that has no place in your mind. Only the extensions of love are real. Because of the source of those extensions is what's real. To accept that back into our minds is the only thing we have to do. And to accept them back into our minds, we must deny that the source of separation is real. To accept reality, we must deny unreality, because of the nature of the exclusive nature of these two thought systems. You can't believe in one and believe in the other at the same time. And that's the essence of non-dual teaching. It's one or the other. Okay, happy with number 12?
Yeah.
Number 13, I think we cycle back to Lucy.
Okay. Number 13. Pure formless awareness in its devotion to you created. And pure formless awareness in its devotion to you created you devoted to everything and gave you what you are devoted to. Otherwise, you would not have been created perfect.
Maybe translate created as extended and see if
extended. Extended perfect. Reality is everything, and you have everything because you are real. You cannot make the unreal, because the absence of reality is fearful, and fear cannot be created.
Extended.
Extended. As long as you believe that fear is possible, you will not extend. Opposing orders of reality make reality meaningless, and reality is meaning.
Okay.
So pure formless awareness gave you what you are devoted to, which is pure formless awareness, and is everything. Otherwise, you would not have been created perfectly. Reality, you've not been extended because you are an extension of pure formless awareness. Reality is everything, and you have everything because you are real. Because you have everything because you're real. The world that you extended is not. The world that you created or extended is not real, but reality is everything, and it's real. You cannot make
to have a look here. This idea of you cannot extend from true reality. It doesn't extend into an illusion. See?
No.
It's a split. It's a separation. It's an opposite.
Got it.
That's the only thing that gives it any kind of reality. It's total opposition to this. So the ego is and can never be an extension of true reality, of source, which is why it's not real.
Yeah.
It's just an alien world, and it needs to be let go of entirely. There is no extension of love into the ego, which is a very important distinction. Some people go, oh, well, the ego is somehow underneath God. God's kind of in charge of it all. God created the ego as a kind of learning device. There's all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
There's various fudging of it.
Yeah.
To avoid the simple choice. Look, it's one or the other here. You can't fudge it.
It's real.
You've got to choose against the ego to choose God. If you choose the ego, then you're choosing against God. It's very simple. And you can't fudge that equation at all.
Okay.
You cannot make the
unreal
because
you have to be
fearful. The fear cannot be created.
Fear cannot be extended from pure formless awareness.
No. So it means it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's not extended from, you understand, creation extension. If you can't extend it from source, from pure formless awareness, it has no reality. It has no meaning. It is not real then. It's simply a delusion in your mind. That's based on the opposite of pure formless awareness.
Yeah.
That has no foundation in being. It's got no truth. It's got no reality. Just this kind of false idea knocking around in your mind, spinning itself and twisting itself in all different ways. It's totally confused and confusing. It's got no fundamental reality at all.
Okay. So as long as you believe that fear is possible, you will not be an extension of pure formless awareness. You will not.
You will not extend. You cannot extend your own awareness if you believe fear is possible, because it blocks. Fear is the block of that awareness.
You've blocked your function, haven't you? Which is to extend your light. The light.
Extend that awareness, which is love or light. We use these.
Yeah. Reality is meaning. Reality is meaning. And the opposite of that is meaningless.
Opposing orders of reality make reality meaningless. If you think that there are two different realities, it makes the one reality meaningless. Because it's by thinking that you've got an opposite to it, you've just denied it. It's made it meaningless. And if you believe in both, then you're believing in a meaningless world. How can you have both as true? They deny each other. It's completely contradictory. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah.
You can't. And so he's saying, well, just stop the impossible, because we've been trying to do this forever, trying to make sense of both of these. And he's saying, you're never going to get this right. Just choose one. You can't really choose the ego, because this exclusively, because you will always have this. It's your true awareness. You can't deny it. It's what gives your mind any kind of existence. So to choose the ego is to choose nothing. This is the only valid choice, and then you must choose against the ego, and then fear is undone. There's just it's all gone. Closing orders of reality make reality meaningless. Reality is meaning. So by making the one choice, you're making the choice for meaning and purpose. All meaning and purpose lies there, and you're willing to just let all this go. And the ego is going to tell you, oh, you're losing something. But actually you're losing nothing, because the belief in separation is nothing. It was never a real belief. So yeah, there's again the non-dual. You can't, like, I remember I mentioned this before, but it was such an interesting conversation. It just shows you how someone on a spiritual path, quite a high one, he'd gone into A Course in Miracles, non-duality. He went, no, I don't have to choose. I can have the illusion and I can have truth. Why do I have to choose? I'm going, because you can't choose what's opposing. They totally contradict each other. You're not going to be sane if you choose both. You have to then dissociate one in truth. You're actually not choosing both. You're choosing one over another, because your mind cannot make sense of both realities simultaneously. It's a bit like remember those perceptual exercises we did in the course? Which is right here. So let's have a quick look. You cannot see both at the same time, right? It's one or the other. These boxes here. You look at these. Look at that left one. It's one or the other, isn't it? You're going to see it one way, you're going to see it the other, but you can't see it. It's impossible to see both at the same time. Not possible. No one's ever done it. In the same way, you cannot see ego and spirit at the same time simultaneously and hold them both in mind. Because they totally contradict each other. Okay, happy with number 13?
Yeah.
And number 14. Take it home for us, Diana.
Remember then that the will of pure formless, the awareness of pure formless awareness is already possible, and nothing else will ever be. This is the simple acceptance of reality, because only that is real. You cannot distort reality and know what it is. And if you do distort reality, you will experience anxiety, depression, and ultimately panic, because you are trying to make yourself unreal. When you feel these things, do not try to look beyond yourself for truth, because truth can only be within you. Say, therefore, the one self is in me, and where it is, pure formless awareness must be, for the one self is part of it. So it's reminding me that it's the true awareness is already deeply possible, is already deeply within me, and nothing else is a substitute for it. Simply accept this reality. It's the only thing that's real. You cannot make sense of anything else. And if you try to, you will experience the anxiety, depression, and panic, because in a crazy way, I'm trying to obliterate myself, because the only thing that's real is pure formless awareness. So when I feel depressed, don't try to look beyond myself for the truth, because it's within me. And then there is this line, it's the true self is in me, where it is pure formless awareness must be, because for the one self is part of pure formless awareness.
So we discussed this in the week. I'm not sure Lucy was there. It's that self-concept of the Christ, the one self, is what's going to bring your mind back into the state of pure formless awareness. So that's why Christ leads to God. That one self, you hold only that self-concept. If you interpret everything in this world from that self-concept, that will take your mind systematically back to a state of pure formless awareness. So hence the one self is part of that state. It's like an intermediary step. It's the self-concept that replaces the ego self-concept.
So is the whole thing about accepting that love back into my mind, not looking anywhere else for any other truth?
Yeah, what's the acceptance of reality is the title.
Yes. And it's rocked all the way around to accept this reality. Nothing else exists.
Yeah. Very, very simple message, but he's got to, journey us through here's fear and how it's this journey from, go look at the ego. Okay, no, remember the ego is a delusion. Understand why it's a delusion. This is all just logic. He's trying to train us to accept this, because he knows we're not going to accept it until we accept the logic of it.
I don't think I've heard the do not speak in alien tongues before.
No, it's the first time he uses it. So really what he's saying ultimately is, you're going to let go of language. These are alien tongues. Because in true communication, if you're truly in pure formless awareness, then communication is perfect, unbroken in the mind. There's no need for speech.
Yeah.
The speech implies a separation. I'm speaking about people, things, places, events.
Yeah.
Concepts that now become words. These are all concepts in the mind that now become the words, that now become the language. And he's saying all of this is an alien tongue to pure formless awareness. It's not true. Okay, so any other thoughts on this? Comments, questions, happy with it? I think, a high-level summary, it's about accepting this reality and only this reality, and not giving any weight to anything else. So don't desire the impossible. So the whole thing about desire, not wanting, not wishing for the impossible, because it's never going to make you happy. In other words, don't wish for what anything in the world, because it's never going to bring you the happiness you really want. Only love is going to work. Only pure formless awareness is going to work. There is no other way, as he says in the lesson. There is no other way. Kind of connects quite nicely with the lesson, doesn't it? As he said, this is your only awareness. Happiness comes through this awareness. There is no other way.
Yeah.
And that same message comes through in the text. Okay, so speaking of the lesson, would you like to do a meditation, or are we too tired for that?
I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to take this amazing lesson and sleep on it. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else want to do a med, or can do a quick one if you like?
I'll see you tomorrow, friends. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Well, namaste.
Namaste.
Tomorrow at 1:30. Anyone else want to do a med?
Well, I'm just finishing tidying up. I'm very happy to put you on mute and just to listen. But I have to just finish almost there, and then I can go to bed.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Stu and John?
Yeah, like a quick meditation. Do you want a quick meditation?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All right. So Making yourself comfortable. So sitting comfortably, feet shoulder width apart. Back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Clenching the sphincter muscle. Locking the energy in, drawing the energy up the spine, into your heart center. Put one hand on your heart, connecting with your heart space. Drawing the energy all the way up into the crown of your head, just pausing at the top of the inhale. And smile. Scan your mind, notice any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations going on. Your mind, particularly anything that feels at all limited, limiting, contracted, constricting. Just breathe into that. Imagine you breathing light. Maybe it's golden or white light you can visualize. Maybe it's just a feeling of lightness. You breathe it into every pore, every cell of your body, every muscle, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being, in the light of truth. And remind yourself, let me not forget my function. Let me not try to substitute my function, for God's or love's function. Let me forgive or let go of this and be happy. So whatever the thought is, the emotion, sensation in the body, you can choose to let it go right now. So just do that with the help of your breath. You're going to exhale. Full deep exhale out your mouth. Imagine you blowing it away like a dark cloud is leaving you. To the nothingness that it really is. Pull the stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you just rest here. In the peace and the stillness. In the peace of pure formless awareness. Nowhere else to go and nothing else to do. Just reflect on this idea and let any related thoughts come to you. You might think my only function is forgiveness, my only function is to let go. In my function I'll be happy. My happiness and my function therefore are one. These kinds of ideas. Just contemplate them briefly as you observe the breath. Just observing the breath flowing in and the breath flowing out. The nostrils and the stomach rises and the stomach falls. Keep that breath flowing, observing the breath, subtle sensations of the breath in the nose. And with each breath, getting more and more relaxed, sinking more deeply into this state of mind that forgiveness or letting go reveals. Into the oneness, into the love, just at your foundation, core of your being. Just surrender into that. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Read, relax, be still, and surrender into the happiness that awaits you. Remind yourself of the last sentence of today's text. Christ, the one self, is in me, and where he is, where it is, love must be. Pure formless awareness must be. The one self is part of it. This one self, Christ, leads me to God, pure formless awareness. The one self leads me into a state of pure formless awareness, state in which my mind and God's mind are one. There is only one awareness, one pure formless awareness. So let your mind go there. Just breathing in and out through your nose. But focusing on the breath, you bring your mind into the present moment, which is the closest approximation to eternity in this world. And this eternal self, Christ, the one self, leads you into a state of pure formless awareness. So let that state arise. Resist it, deny it, just allow state to arise, and in pure formless awareness, happiness is guaranteed. There is nothing else. It's just this awareness. It's very open, very expansive, and you feel happy when you're in this awareness. So experience that now. Smile and just be happy in the light of your own true awareness, your own pure formless awareness. For the next few minutes of deep silence, remind yourself there's nowhere else to go, and there's nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just surrender into this awareness fully, deeply, completely. Let it overwhelm your mind, let it infuse your mind with its healing light, and just bask in its light. Enjoy the happiness, the peace, the love that you're feeling. The next few minutes of deep silence. And if any thoughts arise, you disturb this pure formless awareness, just observe them casually. Imagine they're like clouds just drifting by. They have no power to obscure the blue sky, which is your true awareness, or the light of your source that shines through it. So just let this shine through. You're rooted in the awareness beyond the clouds. Just an infinite spacious awareness in your mind. So there's no fear, no darkness of any kind, no clouds. Clouds have no reality here. So just sink into this awareness, accept this awareness and this awareness only for the next couple of minutes of deep silence. And so just gently bring your mind back from this deep awareness. Bring some awareness into the body and the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in. Nice deep full inhale in through the nose. Noticing how the stomach rises, chest rises. So subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Smile. The knowledge that happiness is given you simply in the function. Your function of letting go gives you happiness. Function brings you happiness. It's inevitable. If you use the means by which happiness becomes inevitable. Notice any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations arising in your mind, and just be willing to let them go. Blow them away with the breeze of your breath into the nothingness that they really are. Dark clouds leaving you and sink inwards to the light that is beyond the clouds, light of your source, of your pure formless awareness. So that's still there even while you notice the body on the count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair and your feet touching the ground. Notice what you're feeling with your hands touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth. Notice what you're smelling in your nose, tasting maybe. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state of mind. Without judgment, without interpretation. There's just peace, deep peace in your mind. So experience that now. Anchor this peace into your awareness for the rest of your evening and carry it with you into your sleep. You have a deep, peaceful sleep. Peace of God or pure formless awareness that passes all understanding. Experience that state now. Connect with it, anchor it into your awareness, and carry it with you into tomorrow. So it is said, so it is done. And on the count of 3, open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, noticing various objects around you. This very calm, detached way. Notice this peace. It's infusing all of them, this very peaceful perception that underlies all of your perceptions. And again, you're going to carry this with you into your week ahead. So it is said, and so it is done. And that brings us to the end of the meditation and tonight's session. So thank you, everyone.
You, Jono.
Thanks for staying until the end. That was wow, what, 4.5 hours? Almost.
That was epic.
So well done, everyone. It was a big one. When we have these 14 paragraph, 16 paragraph ones, it's
Yeah.
it was long, but we stuck to it, and I think it was pretty thorough. You know, you're not skipping over anything.
Absolutely.
So well done, and sleep well on it. Hopefully,
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jono.
Okay. So we've got a session tomorrow. Lucy, if you want to join us, most welcome.
I'm going to be I will be traveling actually. We're doing a big long drive, so I won't join you tomorrow. But thank you.
Sometime in the week.
Well, Jono.
And then I get to my parents. And see you later, John and Sue.
Okay.
They're off. Cheers. Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Drive safely.